5:30 p.m. Most of us, almost all of us work. So we go to work early in the morning, but then, we spend this time to share this moment with Biafrans all over the world. It's a commitment. And we do this because of the conviction we have about our rights as human beings, as our rights as indigenous people of Biafra, the convictions we have about fundamental human rights, rights that cannot be taken away from every human being. It is the fundamental human right that brings every human being, regardless of the race, religion, or other areas, or social areas, or whatever someone believes or practices, regardless of what that may be, this underlying identity and this regardless power that we have is all rooted in the fundamental human rights. That we are human, we share equal humanity and therefore equal rights. This is very, very important. And at a time we are in this struggle, we've seen a whole lot of people coming in and trying to destroy what we do. It's very important that we understand principles that guide what we do, principles that inspire what we do and inform our actions, whether they are the actions of the leadership of the struggle or the structure that is in place, or the guidance that has been provided. There is a set of principles that guide what we do. You see, when we started this IPOB started, some people thought it's gonna be next year. Oh, now everyone is talking about Biafra. Next year Biafra is gonna be here. Well, Biafra will be free. Some people thought it was gonna be 1 year thing, and so over 10 years now, we've been in this struggle for over a decade. Biafra is not yet here. But a great thing has happened. The reawakening, the consciousness of indigenous people of Biafra, the uniting of our people, bringing them together, helping them to develop critical consciousness that is needed in every struggle for liberty. A lot of things, the fact you can question, the facts you can understand, is what is happening, the game that is being played in the political aspect of Nigeria, and see the marginalized, be able to identify the marginalization of our people and trying to respond to that. It's all credit to IPOB consistency, IPOB struggle. Now, when you think about, you reflect on the struggle for self-determination, for freedom of other people, and like every other struggle, whether it's a struggle for freedom, struggle for equal rights, equal pay, struggle, civil rights, and all that, there are things to watch out for. When you embark in a project of this significance, there's gonna be some moments of challenges, but in those moments of challenges, it's also good that we see them. We see in those something that excites us to forge ahead. There has to be something that pushes us, that motivates us, something that fuels our aspiration, something that keeps us going. But there are some fundamental characteristics you can identify in every struggle. One is that when you start to agitate, to campaign for your own freedom, wanting to be free, wanting to be equal, your slave master will not sleep. So your slave master will also look for a way to retain power. Because no one want to relinquish power. So somebody who has held you down and for many years will not easily let go just because you suddenly wake up, you suddenly develop critical consciousness, and now you know your left from your right. They're not just gonna say, "Oh, okay, now you know what you do. Here you go. Freedom is yours." No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen that way. It requires perseverance. It requires persistence, persistent knocking. So if you're knocking at the door of your slave master or somebody, of your abuser, of those that marginalize you, those that have held you in bondage, and you're knocking because you want your rights, because you want to be free. You don't knock today and go back tomorrow. You don't knock for 1 year and then you go back for another 3 years to rest. You keep on knocking. Persistence. That's the key. Persistence. And what happens when you start knocking? Well, when you start knocking, they're going to devise some strategies to distract you, if possible to destroy you. But they're going to try slowly but consistently to distract you, to make you drop your agitation, to make you change your mind, to make you think that this is impossible, this is never going to happen, to make you think that this is unattainable, to make you think that this is impossible. Those are the tricks and strategies of the enemy, of aggressor, of slave masters, of those who do not want you to rise and become equal with them. When our leader began this struggle, when he started teaching us, do you think he didn't for one day think, have at least a forecast of how this whole thing is going to play out? And you think he never thought one day he could be held, he could be in jail, he could be killed, he could lose his life in the struggle. He thought about that. I'm sure, maybe not to the, not like the intricacies. It was not clear, but surely he knew it was never going to be easy, and that's why he said, "You are the only one to disappoint me. I will never abandon you. I will not disappoint you. But would you stand with me till the end?" And we said, "Oh, director, we're behind you. We're Biafra now. We want Biafra. Oh, we're behind you, beside you, working together." He said, "Are you sure? Are you going to be there when I need you? Not when I'm here at my comfort in London broadcasting to you. But when I am there, kidnapped, abused, my rights stripped away, my freedom restricted. When I'm there in my one room for over a year, suffering. When I'm going through all the abuses, the marginalization, all the human rights violations with the Nigerian security apparatus, are you gonna be there with me?" That was what those questions, those times he were asking us. Are you gonna be there with me till the end? That was what it all means. Because he understood very well that the enemy is not gonna sleep. The Nigerian government is the aggressor, and there's no way Nigerian government is gonna watch you to have Biafra just like that. They're gonna try to frustrate IPOB, and IPOB understood this. Those who are genuinely following our leader, genuinely involved in what we're doing, understood this very well. I'm not talking about those who are very opportunist. When they think, "Oh, there is no road, it looks like Biafra is coming," they all gather, they all try to come in and they say, "Oh, look at us, oh, Biafra now." Freedom fighting, it's not social media. Social media, or people use social media in a way that is already abhorrent. It's not just opening social media and then talking about Biafra. That's not enough. I don't follow most of these people talking about Biafra because I've been in this struggle personally. I've been here for long and I've seen them come and go. And we know who is who. I'm very skeptical when it comes to discerning who is genuinely involved in this struggle. And I think you have to be critical in this struggle, all of us. You have to be skeptical. Skeptical. It's a healthy doubt. Don't be too quick. Just because somebody talks about Biafra, you go. Because those that are even joining you to talk about Biafra could also be, listen to this, they also could be agents sent by your aggressor to distract you. Remember the analogy I gave you at the start? If you are not distracted, you have to be able to identify the tactics, the strategies of the aggressor, of the oppressor, to destroy you, to disseminate your campaign, which is what the Nigerian government has been doing. By arresting our leader, holding him, breaking the international law, breaking the law of Nigeria, and other countries that are involved, holding onto him. And the British government not fighting as they would another citizen of theirs, not fighting in this case to release Mazi IYE, not only to release him, but to fight for his own justice. They are not doing that. We don't see them do so. But these are the strategies of the oppressor to distract you, to put confusion in your mind, to make you discouraged, feel discouraged, disillusioned, make you feel disillusioned to the point you would like to quit, or you would like just abandon the struggle. So when they see you, today you talk about Nnamdi Kanu, or last year you were talking about Nnamdi Kanu, today you're talking about autopilot. You're talking about Idu. Oh, you're talking about Lower Niger. Jumping from here to there, you're not at one place. You're not consistent. You are not where Nnamdi Kanu was before his arrest. Then they know they're achieving their aims. Then they know that their strategies are working, effectively achieving their yielding the result, the intended result for them. So you need to be smart. It's not enough. I've seen some of those people that used to talk about, oh, Biafra, oh man, they kind of this. Everybody was on social media using Biafra IPOB to make money, using Biafra struggle to build. If you want to have traffic, if you want to have strong fan base, talk about Biafra, talk about Nnamdi Kanu. It was very popular at some time. What has happened now? What are they doing? Some of them have quit. Some of them have moved from IPOB to autopilot. They call themselves Idu. Today they're no longer championing. They are now campaigning for one of the government presidential aspirants. They are meddling in politics. That's not freedom fighting. That's not what it's meant to be. And I don't think everyone should fight for Biafra. I don't think so. But when you genuinely know that Umege Zuraya, stay aware. When you know that you're not consistent, stay miles away. When you know that you are ideologically weak, stay far away from this struggle. Because you are making life miserable to our people. We are the one delaying ourselves from getting to freedom. We are the ones slowing down that freedom train. As it nears us, we lose control. The closer we are to our freedom, someone comes up with gossip, and the enemy comes with, their strategy to drain us, and then we get drained away, and that's it. So dear friends listening to us tonight, this is my advice to all of us. Think, how did this all begin? What is the principle, underlying principle of this struggle? What is it we're trying to achieve? We want to achieve Biafra. We want to do it through a consistent, coordinated pathway that IPOB has led for us, that Mazi Kanu has, the foundation of which Mazi Kanu put in place. If that's why you are doing this, are you genuinely doing this so that your people will be free? Or are you looking for opportunity to exploit your people? Because some of you have done worse than Nigerian government, using the struggle to exploit, whether mentally or financially or both. That's the worst thing you can do to your people, is to look for a way to manipulate them, because our people are not very ideologically strong. Most of our people are not, and that's why that's why we're doing this. Some of you're tuning in now just because you need something you need to listen to something. You really want to listen to something, you want to keep yourself entertained. But this is no entertainment. Your first struggle is not an entertainment. If you're looking for entertainment, go see comedians to be entertained. If you understand what we're doing, this is no entertainment. It is serious. It is the fate of entire generation of our people, alive and those to be born, and even those that have gone. Because I'm still in this struggle because of them. Most of us are fighting to make sure that what they died for, they didn't die in vain. What they died for is a noble cause, the cause for freedom, and so must be protected. Must be protected. So I would like to wrap up by saying, understand why we do what we do. Stay consistent with Mazi Kanu. If you are with Mazi Kanu, there's only one place you can stay. The family he put together. No other place. No other place. Second thing, keep focused so that you don't get derailed. Because the strategies, your enemies are not sleeping. The Nigerian government is not sleeping. They're trying to destroy the struggle. Even some of the strategies, they are designed so that before these strategies appear to be favorable. But that's where you engage with critical thinking to discern. Discernment is a beautiful skill to have. Ability to discern, to be able to weigh options in front of you, right in front of you, and figure out which one is best. You don't do that from which one can benefit you. You do that from a moral point of view. You do that from intellectual point of view. You do that from a point of view of reason, not emotion. Even now, they're agitating, campaigning for election. They have moved to your mind. They've distracted you. Most of you now don't talk about Biafra. You're talking about election. This person will be a president. Another person will be a president. Oh, he must vote. He must vote. He must vote. Now, when you finish that, you're voting next month. I hope it comes tomorrow and just get it done, and so I can log on to my Facebook and not see anything about Nigerian elections. But for your own sake, I hope you will reflect on the election when it's come and gone, and realize how stupid you have consistently been, because most of you have consistently been stupid. Every time we talk about election, you're waiting for IPOB to tell you, do not vote. No, we're not going to do that, because right to vote is also a fundamental human right. So we cannot. Don't wait for IPOB to do it. If you genuinely involved in this struggle, the question is, what do you want? You want Biafra or you want Nigeria? If you want Biafra, you don't get it by continuously voting in Nigeria, because voting is like fueling the vehicle called Nigeria. As you're running out of petrol, you vote again. You keep the machine, the engine running. You cannot be fighting for Biafra and fighting to keep the vehicle called Nigeria running. Now, the engine of the vehicle called Nigeria running. You are confused. This is illogical to me. I can't reconcile these two ideas. Oh, we want Biafra, but we're going to vote in the time being. That's not how to fight for freedom. That's rationally inconsistent. No one takes you for, no one's going to take you serious. No one takes you seriously if you say, oh, in the time being, let's campaign for Nigerian president, and maybe after election, let's go back to Biafra. You are not serious. No one takes you serious. That's why Biafra hasn't come, and that's why we'll continue to suffer if we continue this way, because we have not understood what you call priority. We have not prioritized our freedom. Until we prioritize our freedom, and then focus on the freedom and every other avenue that can give us this freedom. Logically, that makes sense. Rationally. Not, oh, but he's coming there. I'm an IPOB member. You know, this guy is I'm from this town. He's from my town. Look at his house. Look at my house. You are joking. This is not how to fight for freedom. That's not how human being lives. That's dehumanizing. So I challenge us tonight that we rethink, we make some retrospection and understand again, review our steps, especially since our director has been held in detention. Review our ongoing campaign since then. What have we been campaigning for on individual basis? What have you been campaigning for? Have you been campaigning for our leader to be freed? Have you been consistently campaigning for Biafra to come? Or have you been campaigning for Nigeria to keep on, to keep holding you in bondage? Because that's what it is. A campaign for Nigeria election to keep all those nonsense. You willingly signing out your freedom every day. Willingly signing out your own freedom every day. At the end of 3 years or 4 years, I don't know how many they run, you come back again and vote. You renew your slavery package. It's called slavery package. That's what you do. Time to wake up. Time to wake up and stand one place. Stand a place where your leader stands. Stand where Nnamdi Kanu stands. Stand for the ideas he stands for. Stands for the values he stands for. That's how to know a freedom fighter. Remain on your principle. We want Biafra. If that's what you want, keep on asking, persistent, and you'll get it. At this point, I would like to invite Mazi Silas, please, to take charge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. A powerful presentation there. The advices are quite clear and very important. We need to be consistent. We need to be disciplined. We need to stay with the family that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu created, at least to show loyalty, to show where we belong, and show the ideology we are following, to show where our interests, lies. We are Biafrans, and we have a very defined vision. We have a very defined goal. Our objective is to separate from the fraudulent empire fraudulent country called Nigeria, currently led by the greedy Fulanis that are stealing the wealth of Nigeria from every aspect they can. That is well underlined. Thank you very much. And I will commence also by thanking all my colleagues for being here. Our host, Peter Ike, Biafrans around the world, as we all collectively say prayers individually and collectively for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the entire family of IPOB. May God bless all of you, so that at the end we will all rejoice within the shores of Biafra. Thank you very much. As I started speaking, we are a people. The Biafrans are a people, a country, a nation under a very enormous stress. And that is what we have been trying to put across to the world. Stresses that include the natural stress that every other human being will have wherever they live. And on top of that, stresses that are imposed by the influence of the colonial masters that only transferred their colonialism to the greedy Fulanis that are now continuing that situation. Colonial influence that involves the depletion of our people by slave trade, the continuous or continual taking of our resources via companies, independent companies from our land. You know, the stress alone of knowing that someone foreign is actually milking you dry because probably you don't have the technology to harness and take what belongs to you, or because they're doing it because they're powerful. If you go to the Bight of Biafra, just a few miles or a few nautical miles from Port Harcourt and all that area, you will see warships belonging to the British and the Americans sitting there waiting in protection of the embassies and the businesses, the commercial interests of these countries, and actually organizing the oil exploration and oil drilling and uptake from the offshore. These are signs of colonial subjugation. It still exists openly, and these are the people that will tell you about their righteousness, the way to behave in the world, the way to be accepted. So those colonial influences are still there, vividly seen by those whose eyes are open. You can't then remove the stress that the fraudulent Nigerian structure has imposed on Biafrans. If you actually look at the so-called federal system that Nigeria is operating, a system that is devoid of meritocracy, a system that rather uses mediocrity to fill in positions, a system that is not what it is, a unitary system called federal system, where all the federal government positions are filled up by a certain group of people, where all the military, 90% or more than that, comes from a set of people, same for customs, same for police and other places. Why? In order to hold the people down, you need to be able to hold the power of control. And to control the people, you need to have the police, the military, the DSS, and all that. That is why when a court pronounces a decision, the same court cannot influence it, because judges do not go to arrest people. Judges do not go to the corrective centers or correction centers to open the gate and release someone. It is only possible to continue holding Mazi Nnamdi, because there's no separation of power in the fraudulent structure, on the fraudulent Nigeria led by the Fulanis. If there are separation of powers, if there are respect of those structures for the rule of a people, then Mazi Nnamdi would not still be in detention, because several courts, including the High Court in Umuahia, the Supreme Court, have looked at his case and literally dismissed it on merit. And why is he still being detained? Because we are in Nigeria. Some Mazi Nnamdi, our leader, said it severally. The only reason why we are under the subjugation we are is because we are still believing in one Nigeria. If most of us says no, this structure is fraudulent, the Nigerian country to start with was falsely amalgamated, wrongly amalgamated. These are not new facts. Facts proven and re-echoed by several good men around the world, that Nigeria was badly coupled together, and the the Biafrans were shortchanged in the process of doing that. Because at the beginning of this so-called amalgamation, the census of Nigeria between the 1950s to early 60s came out with a population of the population of the Igbos being higher than the others. Yes, we agree that they have removed more than 5 million during the Civil War, and the intention was to wipe out the Igbos, but that didn't work. Now, what I'm trying to put across is the stress we as a people, the Biafrans, are experiencing. If you have a people who have gone through the type of genocide that the Biafrans went through, the stress lasts for centuries, because you have removed a sizable population of people from which talents are lost, from which generations of extraordinary people can be gotten. There are people who are still bitterly angry about the loss of their family members, even after when the war was over. The Nigerian military killed young men that they suspected to be Biafran soldiers, just by suspect. They were shot from behind. I know people who still cry out about how they lost their brothers. They might be in their 70s, but that wound, that emotional scar or pain is still carried. And as if those are not enough, there is an ongoing gradual pogrom, or should I say, a calculated ethnic cleansing happening to indigenous peoples of Nigeria, including Biafrans, by the fraudulent Fulani-led Nigerian government. These cleansing or killings of people, extrajudicial killings of people, are happening daily. A few weeks ago, Ihe Amufu was in the news though in the news of those who care, in the news of we Biafrans who are watching and crying out. They went to villages and killed people as if they were killing flies. It didn't make it in the news of the Nigeria, it didn't make it obviously in the news of the world, because there seemed to be an organized conspiracy or an organized ban on the news about Biafra. But this is happening. That's the gradual depopulation of our people. And we are also unfortunate to have had somebody like Hope Uzodimma, who is working for the Fulani-led government because of what he hopes to achieve, because of his greed, because he's insatiable. He can't fulfill himself from any amount of money. So the imposed insecurity, the absence of basic infrastructures such as roads, healthcare, education, all those things compound and make it very, very difficult for our people to live freely. And this is why we as an IPOB family are speaking up and continuing the struggle until Biafra is restored. I mean, as if the insecurity is not there. From a long time ago, Biafrans have been segregated, or should I say deprived from attaining certain positions of leadership in Nigeria. That is obvious, and that is why some people are excited about the election, hoping that would bring a change. But we already know, it is exercise in futility. Nigeria, as we know it, cannot be resurrected. It cannot change an old wine that has gone sour to become new again. It has never been done. And we believe at the end of the day, history will judge IPOB as a distinct, peaceful, and truth-telling organization. And the decision we are taking to get out of Nigeria is the best. So with all the stress elements mentioned, IPOB, as my colleagues have said earlier, has put the case, a nice case forward for a referendum to be organized so that Biafrans can, in a peaceful way, exit Nigeria and then develop probably a cordial relationship with our sister countries or whatever that is remained of Nigeria. We don't hate anyone, but we like to live as we are created. We want to live to our full potentials. We want to live longer than the Nigerian state has reduced our lifespan. We want to live as long as we used to live before the Europeans come, or even longer with the new medical assistance that is around everywhere around the world. However, upon our request for a peaceful referendum, the current Nigerian government, led by the Fulanis that are stealing money left, right, and center, they wouldn't want to talk about referendum. They they wouldn't want to allow Biafrans to exercise our constitutional rights. When you hear the Fulanese talk, they tend to claim to be the nice people. The former Accountant General of the Federation stole more than 100 billion naira, and he was given bail. As a thief, that's the biggest current thief we have in town. Their former police chief did the same thing. Their former Inspector General Abakari is also caught in that web. That shows who those Fulanis are. They are not anywhere near the type of glory that people refer to them, and people should stop being deceived. We look at Nigeria, we know the foundations are totally wrong. We know that most indigenous communities do not want this Nigeria. Otherwise, we put a challenge out there. They should give a referendum. If they are not afraid, let us have the referendum, and the results will be exciting. Exciting for us. We are proud of that. We people will tell you that they don't want this rotten vehicle called Nigeria, this rotten entity that doesn't allow people to exist. I'll start whining now by mentioning one or two facts. The reason why in the constitution of a country you limit production of power, production of electricity, it was the production of electricity that led to the industrialization of the entire Europe and the world. If a country has it in their constitution that they don't want states to produce power, what does that tell you about that state? That alone should be enough reason for people to leave that entity if the constitutional right exists. And the constitutional right does exist. I'm using that as a simple example. If you go to UK, the Scots have their own parliament. They have their own area of influence, control. They produce whatever they think they want to produce. No restrictions. Same for Wales, same for English and others. Why is Nigeria different? In conclusion, I applaud all IPOB members. I give greatest respect to Mazi Nnamdi for his boldness and forthrightness in awakening our people, in educating the entire Nigeria as it is, to get up, stand up, and actually demand for the best. Thank you very much. I hand the mic over to Ekene Ndewo.
Ndewo Mazi, thank you so much for your contribution. And in the same line, we'd like to invite Mazi Uche to continue from where Mazi Salah stopped. Mazi Uche, over to you.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi Silas, and thank you, Mazi Afomani, Mazi PETERS. It's a great privilege to be with you guys tonight and to talk to our people once again. The call to serve Biafra is it's a great call. Some people who say God called them to serve the people, they cannot really go deep to tell us how God called them. So when we say we are called to work for the actualization of Biafra, It is not God calling us. It is our duty. It is the life that we live. It is common sense that has made us to realize why we need to work for the actualization of Biafra. In the history of all great men, they came through adversity. Any great person you see today, be it the people who are still alive or the ones who died years and years ago, it was adversity that made them great. So for every man
all right, wonderful people
on earth, there is adversity.
All right, good people.
But adversity only do not make people great. Embracing adversity with a mindset to change your problems, your issues, your circumstances into a happy story is what makes you a great man. We hear in the history of people like Rosa Parks. She had the adversity, she embraced it, and she worked to change the situation. We know people in the great American Revolution. They had the adversity the slave masters put them through. They woke up one morning and said, "This is enough. We have to change it." And they changed the situation.
You are welcome.
It is that same adversity that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu embraced.
So I can call people.
He did not just go to a tea party. There were parties all around. There were Iriji. There were people drinking cocktail. There were people making merry. There were people getting money from the coffers of government, stealing money. But he saw the adversity of his people, and he came forward to embrace that adversity. What was the problem? The dehumanization of his people.
Invite your friends.
The dehumanization of his people.
I greet you, Mazi. I greet you.
And he came, he embraced it.
Wow, that is
and
awesome.
He opted to change that situation
who are joining, please
for good.
Invite people
to bring an end
some
to the problems encountered
Biafran child right on watching again. Thank you very
in
much.
his region in Biafra.
I'm going to play some videos,
and this is why he is today
also
standing in the gap. This is why we followed suit
some people are coming
to embrace the adversity, to embrace the problem
we have said this time without number. Biafra
that is facing us.
I think I have this in
why are we doing this? So that we can change the story and make it a happy story.
Let me make a screenshot.
This is why we are fighting for the liberation of our people. This is why we keep late night. This is why we make sacrifices. Like my colleague said, we are not here to play. We are not here for the entertainment.
Okay.
We are here to assiduously work with a purpose
I believe
of bringing freedom, total, absolute freedom to our people, to our generation, and the generations that are to come. Today, most of you people who hear the Second Amendment, of the American
at the same time,
Constitution,
I'm going to also
there was something that wasn't right.
They said that we should stop. Okay, let me call people.
And it was amended to suit the needs of the people.
So that I will call. I will also go back.
Something was not good
I will go back to
for the masses.
You know, sometimes
and they sought for
about these people.
an amendment.
We are not talking about
that. Is why you hear them say the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment.
You know, like I always
that is the same thing. That is the same process.
A problem. Of course,
that
you must find the root of the problem. There is a video,
and he opted for a change.
His cohort they did, and
in the 1967,
the issue of Nelly Ofewu is that today
he worked to bring a change.
For you to know that we have dismantled them. We have put
and today we are working.
Never see that woman again.
Today
and she will
we call it the quest for freedom.
Bekusia that was flying on the L
via referendum.
She's not going to the trauma. She will be facing the trauma every single day. That is why we're here to remind.
And this is where we stand. Because this is where and how
you people to
we
know
will get
because why
freedom.
I'm this video out and we are going to also listen to Nyesom Wike
to control our lives.
Nyesom Wike, another
to control our destiny.
He's trying to get our point. Now he are beginning to say the same thing.
A slave
because these people
can never be free without a fight. A slave
of course we know that
can never be free without a fight.
And those people that are supporting him,
it is either
holding Mazi Nnamdi today, and I want you people to
he gets freedom.
Some people will come and tell
from
you
fighting,
talk about the release of Mazi
Nnamdi.
I have told you
into believing that he is free.
What it takes to bring Mazi. I'm not.
And this is
the
level.
I am not a barrister
of slavery.
We have our legal teams that
we are in today.
To come out. We are here to
many of us, many of our people has been deceived to believe that we are free.
And
while the shackles
to go out there and
are still on our legs,
that is when I will tell you
the shackles are still on our hands,
lying to you.
And the shackle.
My work is on media, in the media,
in our head
about the way forward and make sure that I explain to our people that they don't understand.
You are
That
free.
is why I always bring reality to our people, so you will know.
But in the real sense,
that Biafra is coming to
there is nothing like freedom.
But there is some things that I can tell you about Biafra. If Biafra is nearer, I can be able to tell you
controlled
if we do this. Like what we
in
had
all angles,
the day that our people
like
stand on their own
here on Radio Biafra.
Able to make
can you tell us any other country?
And we can be able to gather our people together. That is when I will tell you Biafra
that is free
very soon, because we need
that has sovereignty
to join this struggle collectively.
That need people.
If one person come and
other countries of the world
is coming tomorrow in 2020,
bringing money to support their election,
what they meant that the date is the day the door will open.
The Yoruba man said that who pays
even
the
though
piper
Nnamdi Kanu was telling us that Biafra is coming in 2015, there is something that he was looking up to, in a sense that
if you are paying the piper
to boycott
you
the election
dictate
and
the tune as well.
Out
If
vote.
they are paying you for the election,
we have decided
if they are sponsoring the election,
after we did that, we
they
see
will
that
tell you
for one person,
how,
they will tell you, they will announce
why,
that is why Mazi Nnamdi was saying that by then
to put in the election.
It couldn't work because we see that the system of
if they are supporting you, ask yourself,
to us, what they are practicing is different from what we are practicing. That is the problem. If
let's say America
in America
is giving Nigeria $40 million
no, that is what Mazi Nnamdi was
election
as a person that went to school in
to
England
conduct election, to train staff for election.
Or the way
how many people
now you
have they employed in Nigeria?
I'm going to bring a lot of things today.
How much have they given to education in Nigeria?
Videos.
How much have they given
come here and begin
to help electricity, to boost electricity?
Because I want to use
$40 million.
What came out from their mouth?
If invested in electricity, will give constant electricity to Nigeria.
Have debt.
No, but they're not interested in that.
Remember, when they started, they were going to Ebema.
How many people
after they have problem with Ebema, they went
if they use that money to train individuals?
Now, Isima now have joined the campaign for Tinubu.
You know how many people that will go to university,
there is no
free
for her to
education,
to begin to
but
voice.
no,
is he going to join?
They come every year and they tell you we want to train staff. We are giving you $40 million.
Come and go, and we will remain
for election,
and we will still remain here. See, then they have
what are they doing?
They have joined.
They are controlling you so that you keep doing the same mistake because it benefits them.
That to show
that is how they pave the way for whoever they are going to select to continue opening the way, to continue making sure that there is an open channel for them to keep siphoning the natural resources in the country.
Project is beyond Mazi Nnamdi. I want you people to understand that we have come to stay.
They do not care
we are those people that
about you.
Face every day.
People are getting killed every blessed
I'm going
day.
to read out also the press.
Houses are burnt. People are being kidnapped. $40 million
and I know
will give security
every single day when I say the man in charge
to Nigeria. But no, they are not contributing towards that.
And you cannot do anything.
They want to contribute towards election.
You have brought another message. Today, they are still
people
this
here in being kidnapped every day.
Why you see, when Onyendu bring this
people
kind of
who are even agitating
they won't tell you, they won't come out here and begin to tell
for the right of the common man,
national coordinator, they should stop it.
Which is what they stand for. Which is what they tell you. Are you going to practice true democracy?
Now you understand.
People who are practicing democracy,
you don't know,
are being kidnapped every day, being put in jail,
they think that
being disappeared.
Biafran restoration is not but I know this.
They do not say nothing about it.
I keep on saying this.
They are silent on it.
I never talk to Mazi Chike.
Even their citizens,
and I will remain like that
is
because
being
I don't
held
want to talk to anybody. I have followed and read the code of conduct.
Order.
I do understand what the code of conduct
they are saying nothing about it.
Understand how the things
they are doing nothing about it.
Somebody have to be there. When you see during the time that
they tell you
was running,
we are supporting you for free and fair election.
The one that was controlling everything. This is the way it is. In every company, in every organization, there must be second man. Should in case if this person, this is the person who assume the office till the person. This is the way it is. So
we have gone through this problem
telling me
years and years. Some of us are out here
to replace,
and when we have interaction
without that
with people, they ask you, oh, you don't have a problem. The Commonwealth nation.
I never come
and I
to
asked
tell
him, you are part of the Commonwealth nation, right?
He's communicating with
they
his
say,
leadership.
yes.
He's telling them what to do.
Do you have to take English
now
test
he traveled. Now is in the
for you to go to university? He goes, no. Why would you have to do that?
It happens to
and I say,
time of
but Nigeria is part of the Commonwealth.
It happened during his time.
But
that even though
they have to take English lesson, English exam to go to a uni in an English-speaking country. Other countries of the world who speak English, who have English as their lingua franca, they do not, as part of the pact for Commonwealth nations. What do you gain? Nothing.
Because your hatred towards
you have no right
can never change anything. You may
other countries.
That is why that
they go over there visa free.
Those people that believe in reality,
you can't even go to Cotonou.
Manna will fall from heaven. No,
you can't go to UK.
You don't have to like the leader. What
with your passport.
You have to like in the person, is he doing what he's supposed to do?
And you're part of the Commonwealth. Your own Commonwealth is that they have the right to come and siphon everything
or calling, saying that he is
all of your resources.
A lot of people hated on him with that name that he never gave himself.
And that is what you have.
We give you this name. You are supreme. He never come out and
there is no
he never says
benefit.
People are jealous about it. You
and they tell you you are an independent nation. Now, my problem
you have to pay attention
is not just the bilateral agreement
in your kitchen, in your room, just close the door and close your eyes and
the drinks on you
ask yourself,
not being able to control your own life.
When you come in conclusion and you get the answer, then that is when you will begin to follow him, because that is
the relationship between a master and a slave
and sit quiet and
is that
to think about
one human being controls, dictates
yes, this man is saying true.
What the other human being does.
Structure in our land is true.
The other has no control over his own life, nor the life of the other human being. That is a slave-master relationship. A slave-slave relationship are two human beings who have no control over their life, nor control over the other person's life. A master-master relationship
you don't have to like him because
is two people who have control over their life,
know how to do best. That is
but not over the other person's life.
Because I'm just using all
a slave-master relationship.
So that you will
from this narrative is what you have with the West.
So if
they
you
control
like, you go and
they give you money.
If you like,
and they dictate what you do with that money.
That is your own problem.
And we've seen all of this.
As you go to the point, you see.
This is why we clamor. This is why we call
network. When the video ends,
the freedom of our nation,
you go and listen to it.
Where we can control our destiny.
How will you know the root of your problem?
Where our actions,
a problem that you don't even know the root. So you want me to just come out here and begin to show
is
video
premeditated based on our assumptions and our aspirations.
Some things that our people is saying is make me feel
where the things we
I don't know
do
why our people are
are
not
for the benefit
like what happened to Soludo.
ourselves
begin to say that
and our people.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for me when you need
it's just like an IPOB. There is nothing that we do in IPOB that is not for the benefit of our people.
The Soludo himself said that he's a prof.
And that is why we need Biafra.
Big name.
Because in Biafra,
this thing is nothing.
We have the power
you learn. If you don't know anything, you don't know it. Now you understand. Let me introduce myself before
our lives, our destiny, our growth,
people,
our development,
lovers of freedom, great people all over the world,
and also to checkmate the excesses and the control if there is any agreement, any bilateral agreement we are going into, we will study it and know if it's beneficial for us and to our generations to come.
Known as the Biafran child watching again.
This is the definition of freedom. If you have no control over your life, you cannot say you are free.
I always tell this to my people, and I want you.
It is just like someone
to broadcast. I want you to
who works for somebody.
Because I know a lot
no matter how big you are in that office, no matter your position, but you still work for someone. If you have an idea,
of course, most of you will ask who is the highest authority.
It needs to be approved before it is implemented. You cannot give yourself a position in the company you do not own.
You are on live broadcast. I will call you back.
You cannot just wake up one day and say, okay, today I'm not going to go to work.
I'll call you back. It's very, very important. And who is calling me is
when you think of it,
I will not go
you
there
need
again.
also to think of the query.
Probably that is the reason why they are calling me. But I'm here to do the job
of your
like I always said,
to give to your employer.
Is the one in charge. Why did
it doesn't matter if you're the manager of that business.
In every company, in every organization, in every nation, in every country.
If you are the owner of a business,
head of state,
you can wake up in the morning and say,
or you can have
I'm not going to go out today, I'm just going to stay indoors.
A president,
and you have to give no explanation to nobody.
When the second president is not there,
because it's not favorable for you,
take over
that day.
Do the same thing is the vice president.
This is the meaning of freedom.
In America, they are using president and the secretary of the state. I think this is the way they are
using it. Are we free today?
When the president is not the secretary of the state.
If we are not killed by Fulani,
in case if I make a mistake,
we are killed by the military.
Of America and secretary of the state.
If it's not the military,
the one I know
it is the police.
President and vice president.
If it's not the police,
president and the vice.
It is the imposed administrators
that will take over.
They send in administrators as policemen in the whole of the East. You do not have
remember what happened in
commissioner of police that is of your ethnicity
and something like that. You know who went there and settled it. Even though during
the military, the same thing.
I don't
and
even
they've gone past that level of control
I don't know why
to now imposing governors
to put their
on
strength
you.
Whenever is their own person, whenever is their own. If
whoever agrees to kill you becomes the governor.
Just nothing sick.
You can see today what is happening in Imo State.
Your own brother now, you Fubako. When you show car from F4 was there,
God forbid it starts happening.
All of you are 5 and 6. That is why
nobody
came out by then and begin to challenge you show car from F4. Yes, I think I will answer it from here.
But we are not free.
I have to go. Just give me something.
Why can't we stand up and say, no, you are elected. We do not want you anymore. You cannot do that because you are not free. Because the process of democracy is not obtainable. Legitimacy has no place in the balance of your democracy.
Very important. I will receive some message. Probably I'm going to also use it on my broadcast. Yes,
and this is why we are standing every day telling our people it is time to wake up, to realize that if we do not change this today, it is going to get worse. You can bet with me, 5 years ago, the things we see in Igbo land today, in Biafra land today, no one will believe it. If I tell you 5 years ago that a governor will kill people, burn houses, abduct people,
I told you people that
it started in Rivers State.
I told you people
we thought it was a joke.
You see,
today, it is a norm that the governor we sanction people to go and kill people and burn their houses and come on live TV to say it that he will burn them.
If you people haven't forgotten, because we are taking record.
5 years ago, you say it is not possible. Today, it is happening.
Newspaper.
And I'm promising you, if we do not work to realize the freedom that we have in Biafra, in 10 years, in 5 years to come, what Hope Uzodinjo is doing today will be a child's play to what will be happening in our land.
CIC radio. That Mazi Nnamdi have hijacked.
Our people
Mazi Nnamdi himself came out. He said, you people he was attacking the
Odachi that we were supposed to curb, to stop from happening in the last 5 years.
Go there and look the company's house and see.
If we realized Biafra in 2015, we will not be suffering this today.
You are welcome.
If we actualized Biafra, the sovereign state of Biafra, in 2019, the things we are seeing today, we won't be seeing it. And I'm telling you, if we do not actualize Biafra, in the next 2 years, the things we will see in the next 2 years will be heartbreaking.
When the Mazi Nnamdi cannot say that,
this is why we are shouting day and night on Radio Biafra. People are holding programs. The media warriors are holding programs.
The answer is no.
Every blessed day, different angles, analyzing issues, making our people to understand where we are and the danger that are set before us.
That he says goes. Every of his statements stands.
These are dangerous times, and if we do not act,
or does it you people want
we will be alive.
I'm not saying the people
to regret our future.
Following me, they are.
If we do not act today,
calculate and understand.
If you're listening to me today,
or in any organization,
if you do not act,
forget
to restore Biafra, to restore the consciousness of the Igbo man
how did they put
in our climb,
something to
you will be alive
ignore it. So you
to regret it.
Some of our people. So you want Mazi Chike doesn't.
Why are we saying this?
Everything that you people
because there are things we are already regretting. That if we took action
I am the head of
years ago, we won't be here today.
Are you mad? Are you insane?
Our leader once said,
so this is exactly what
if only
for Mazi Chike said
we fought that war for another 6 months, we won't be here today.
We reason. That is why
we won't be here today. It is 50-something years now.
About it and reason deeply.
We are still regretting it.
Conclusion before you begin to dish out this to people. You are
and I'm telling you tonight,
we should remove a national
it doesn't matter your age.
Put one stack illiterate.
Are you 40? Are you 50? Are you 60?
Yes,
if you are 70, maybe you'll be lucky, you'll be there by that time.
Yes, so you have spoken. We do it around Apple.
If you are not there, you'll be 80 or you'll be 90.
Just think about it.
And you will live to regret not taking actions today.
Tell me the truth. Does it mean that
is why I am awake?
You care mostly who to change.
At 12 a.m. talking to you.
Let us begin to reason as a people.
Most of us, we've been awake all day. We've waited to talk to our people.
We are here to make you reason, whether you like it.
Because I don't want to regret tomorrow. I don't want the regret of my father to be my regret. To be the same thing I'll be telling my kids. To see my kids suffering. And then I will be.
Here.
So many people will think I'm joking now, or just they are just saying this.
Here.
But
they said
the same way people Nigeria is happening to people. Tomorrow it might be your family.
The real press release of IPO.
So, and it's not your own family.
The one that gave my name out to people, which is hereby expelled from IPOB worldwide. Is hereby expelled. That is what is in code of conduct. We are still waiting more. We are still waiting more. And
it will happen to your community tomorrow.
He will say he did well.
It might be your own father or mother or family or member or even yourself.
As a national coordinator in Germany are hereby expelled from IPO.
So if you do not take action today to stop it,
I still have
it will
video
be you tomorrow regretting
that he went to give to one of their.
This is why we are here.
House in London.
This is why we are doing what we are doing.
Voice note to him, and he wrote my name. Ogunaya is hereby expelled from IPOB worldwide.
That we do not regret.
Now you understand. I told you if you don't know who is Biafran,
because
we have come to stay.
And we have come to really help sacrosanct. Because you cannot
double into this issue
do away with freedom. If you do not have freedom,
sometimes I begin to ask myself,
you are not living the life.
They betrayed Onyendu. If Onyendu is here, are we going to carry all these morons and charlatans
has prepared for you?
All of them, they are traveling today. They are making container business. Hana Nigeria Hagajide.
So whatever happens,
now if you need
to realize
everything is okay, things are going yes,
that the
okay.
people suffering today,
we are waiting. They must prepare
to restore this freedom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu
they will not go and tell Onyen.
is not a fool.
Two people called.
He has seen this.
I have told the leadership now.
Don't think
we have come to stay.
He's not wise
we
enough.
Can never support is for anybody.
Don't think that
the position of Onyen,
his wife,
you are going nowhere. You can never
doesn't love the company of the husband.
I never heard for one
but
time.
She is giving the sacrifice.
Discussing with me, telling me that let us up.
Don't think that the family of those people who has died,
that is reason
young men,
you see all these their plans
died.
I am a one-man squad. There is no
killed.
You can. I know a lot of people have called me
by the invaders, by the military.
To know how did I operate? I operate.
Don't think they are stupid. No,
you can take old men.
They have sacrificed
something I don't know. Okay,
for this freedom.
Because that thing, I know it. And he cannot do anything.
That is why we are here.
Sitting on.
That is why we will continue until we can write their name.
We know our right before we carry any protest, we must go to police and take
until they will rejoice.
Like people. We are learned people. We have understanding
until our ancestors,
why we are
the men that fought for the Kumeku,
to your doorstep that you must reason by force, by fire, by
the men that fell
by fire, by force
during the war.
And some of you that call yourself pastors and priests and the
men that died,
deceiving our people. I gauge don't one after the other. You see all these pastors
60 years until
because you people will see the mad being
1967. All the young people,
the one that is parading
that
himself
perished,
as a national coordinator here in Germany,
all the dreams
that the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have sent a new message.
They killed.
Does it mean they don't hear?
In Nigeria.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told them,
today,
go and confront
you and
I told you now working Biafra. Because I'm bigger than all those things that you think.
You are there.
You knows nothing. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bring a new message.
Of the problem.
It's not from Ifanye Ejiofor. It's not from Aloy Ejimako. Now it's from another person.
If you doubt,
go and ask them.
Ask around in the country you are residing.
Calling meeting, writing.
Find the locals and ask them, why are you not overseas?
Everything. Let me come.
Get your answer from them.
The leadership have already taken the bull by the horn. They have taken their decision.
It is not because you are good or because you want to enjoy that you are overseas. Stop telling yourself the lie.
You think about
you are not overseas, you are not in diaspora because yes, it is good for you.
Things never work that way.
It is the biggest lie that we deceive ourselves.
The leader of indigenous people of Biafra.
You are in another man's land, enjoying the health care, enjoying the freedom of speech. You go to work, you have discrimination charges. Oh, you raise it, they call hellfire, brimstone, everything. You call judges, lawyers. Oh, racism against you.
If the doors are very, very well.
Oh, they owe you 1 week salary. Heaven falls down. But in your own land, people work for 6 months, 1 year, they are not paid.
Who can remember when you were young, very, very young kid, maybe 5 years.
You study for 20 years in your own country. You cannot get a job.
And your mother
you go to a Igbo man, you another man's country, and you stay 3 months. You do short course 3 months, and you start working, and you are sending money back home, and you want to deceive yourself. Yes, it's because you want to be here. Yeah, you want to be in diaspora. You are deceiving yourself. You are there because of the problem in your own house. You ran away. We all ran away from our own home.
Finland. They are both of
the
them.
Moment these people that are in diaspora start telling themselves the truth, they better.
They don't know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have.
You do jobs that you will refuse to do in your own home.
About what to come. And we stand firm not to shake.
And you go back home, you tell lies. You can't even say the job you do because you're not proud of it.
What is your purpose? So you know that this idiot
you deceive yourself. So any day you want to tell yourself the truth,
and as I'm telling
find
you,
a local in that country and ask them, why are you not overseas? Why are you in your father's country? Why are you in this country? Why are you not going overseas? Or ask them, why don't you relocate to Nigeria?
Bridget Okafor, that her name is in DSS Dungeon, because they are the people that are setting up fake camps in our land, using the one they are calling.
So, if you don't want to work for the freedom of your motherland,
all of them, they have hide. You don't hear from them again. How do you? Are you still hearing from us?
You are one of our problems.
Are you still hearing from me?
You are one of the problems we have.
You are still hearing from me because our hands are clean. We meant good for this Biafran restoration project. We are not here to destroy anything, but rather I'm here to help our people.
So in conclusion, I would want to say,
go forward to tell our people what is about,
that we are called,
to buckle their belt and embark
we
on this
are raised
project. Now you understand. My hands are clean. I don't lie.
For this
nobody ever paid me. Everything that I'm doing
to restore Biafra.
A lot of people have came.
And why are we called?
But I told them,
because common sense
I am okay in what
has revealed to us.
It's okay. I have seen myself
that we are slaves, we are not free.
That people are talking about. Let me remain on that 1,000.
And every living human being deserves freedom.
Let me remain there. And I'm living my
good. Freedom is not the ability to wake up in the morning, but your ability to determine your destiny, to control your destiny.
Because one day, of course, I will die.
That is freedom.
So you think I will live in this hell forever? The answer
that is what we want.
Likewise,
in Biafra land.
Let us listen to Nelly Ofebu.
That is what we need.
You see the last question
in Biafra land.
Ask Nelly Ofebu, then you will know.
And in Biafra,
they are in it together.
The freedom and the dignity.
They took my name to criminal police
of the black man.
I said that I will not talk about this, but
shall be restored.
Anytime that I remember this, it make me feel bad. That
thank you, Mazi, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Was there ranting and talking.
Mazi, thank you so much for your contribution. We're wrapping up at the moment, and it's very clear. All the areas we've touched tonight are very important in the struggle, and I hope our audience have been able to gain a new insight and find what we've said here tonight a source of encouragement and a sort of motivating all of us to keep on moving forward in the direction that our leader has led us so far. I would like to thank Mas Peters for hosting us tonight, and thank you, my colleagues, for your contribution. Thank you, our audience, and we'll join you at this time next week, Wednesday. Pass over to you, right? Thank you. Bye.
That is when I told you people think that me and Darlington we did not have a problem.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Only the problem that me and Darlington had was just misunderstanding.
By next week,
Darlington want me to start
this is
December.
Biafra,
I Darlington, we have a leadership. Let us
My name is
there.
Mazi IYE. At this moment, the Australians are
now is the pastors.
They've done
now
very
we
well.
are
And
now in new phase campaign.
all our listeners, if there's anything you want to add or you want to ask,
gatherers of the Lucifer or the Luciferians
15-16
against the great people
program,
we are here to
I'll be able to take your calls. So the number here is 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984929-4069.
We saw one that is writing,
and I have to warn you ahead of time that these numbers are going to be changed very soon.
I'm going to read out what what they call it, press release of IPOB. They said everything and I stand on it.
Are no more supported by LG, and
we are not coming here
the
for
company told us that between now and the weekend we'll be able to get new phones. And new phones means we're going to have new numbers also. But meanwhile, you can call me at 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984929-406. 9953. These numbers, I think they run only on WhatsApp. So if you can call on WhatsApp, that would be very wonderful. That would be nice.
You will see there is nothing like family name there.
This is Radio Biafra USA too. Stay tuned.
They have forgotten that many have died in this quest of self-determination. They have forgotten. They want Darlington to die now. Darlington. I'm not saying that Nachuku Umwaya, that our brothers that died, you survived accident.
Good morning to all of you one more time. This is Radio Biafra USA too. Like I said, the Australians will hope again to see them again next week at the same time every Wednesday to come on board.
Now you will hear Nelly say
Igbo na tilu ha si onye gba nkịtị ụwa ya agba ebe ekwu mara ọnụ akakwana anụrụ gburu nwata anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị IPOB tozuru oke ịsara ọnụ anyị n'ihe ọbụla gị ma gba mbụ ụwa ka o si mee onye ibi sikwana ka akụwasịwa onye kwana ka ọ ga-aka njọ ọba anyị ka ọ bụ Naijiria ka ọ bụ ndị ekperima anyị bụ ụmụ afọ ma bụrụkwa ndị nwe ala Biafra, the indigenous people of Biafra n'okpuru onye ndu anyị onye ọchịagha anyị onye nlekọta anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Okwuchukwu Kanu dị nsọ na-eme ka o doo mba ụwa Naijiria na ndị hụrụ nwere onwe n'anya n'aka ndị IPOB na ESN esogo n'ịgba ụlọ ọrụ ntuliaka ọbụla ọkụ ịwakpo ndị ọchịchị maọbụ ịkụsasị ọgbakọ ndị na-egwu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị n'ụdị ọbụla ọba anyị hapụ ihe dịrị anyị agawa mewe ihe na-enweghị isi mbanụ na ahapụ ebe a na-echi eze agawa ebe a na-arụ agwụ ọbịa mere udele ji sị kedu ka ya na baba ebe ya kwara isi ya akwa ọ bụ nwaanyị macha mma ya were mkpakara akpa mawa n'uwe a na-eme ya eme ọnụ mara ekwu ha tinye ndị nta akụkọ na-enweghị ụlọ ọrụ gee nụ ntị anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị IPOB n'okpuru Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nso na-eme ka o doo anya na aka anyị na ụkwụ anyị na ihe niile adịghị na ntụliaka nke Naijiria ha kpọrọ selekshọn. Anyị anọkwanụghị n'igbochi onye ọbụla sị na ya chọrọ ịga ịtụ ịgaga atụọ ma ọkwe na onye sị na ya ịkwado ha ka ha gaga atụọ. Mbanụnụ Abịrịka nwa ogbenye ọ bụrụ na ọ hụrụ ya n'anya ọ ga-ala mere ya n'oge ọnwụ. Ọ bụrụ na ahịa ezuwala kemgbe 12 ị nwetara ya uru ngwanụ ya bụrụkwanụ na o meela gị baa uru baga ọkpụkpụ. Ọ dị ndụ ọnwụ ka mma ọ bebe dụọ n'onwe gị ọdụ maka na ụzọ dị mma aga ya nga n'azụ. Ndị mba ụwa UN, EU, United Nations Human Rights, AU na ndị hụrụ nwere onwe n'anya nke bụ eziokwu bụ na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị IPOB ebe anyị kwụ chinchin ma kwụsie ike na ihe anyị chọrọ bụ nke mbụ ka gọọmenti Naijiria n'okpuru ọchịchị Buhari mee ihe ekpere n'ikpe na ezi omume bụ ịtọhapụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ na-enweghị ntụbara aka dịka ụlọikpe ha si alawa n'ikpe amaghị ya. Nke abụọ abụrụ haziri ndị Biafra referendum bụ nke nwa bekee kpọrọ referendum ngwa ngwa na-egbughị oge ka ụmụ Biafra were aka ha kpebie ebe ha chọrọ ịnọ. Onye ọbụla so n'otu anyị dị na Naijiria na ọ dị ya mma maọbụ na Naijiria dị ya mma biko ọfọm na-agụrụ ya bụ ya dịkwa ka Naijiria. Onye ọbụla jikwanụ aha Maazị Nnamdi Kanu IPOB na ESN na-eme mpụ iji gbaa anyị aha ọjọọ ma anyị unye n'ihu ala Biafra echekwala ya ọzọkwa. Ibu anyị dị mfe yoku anyị adịghị egbu mgbu naanị tọhapụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dịka ụlọikpe kpere ya n'ikpe ma nye anyị ụbọchị referendum nke mba ụwa ga-eji aka ha kirie ma hazie okwu agwụ. Ozi a si n'aka Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB.
All these good things I don't come again, you know. Open is never success. You know why you're back. I'm the microphone. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 Tell me what to do, tell me what to do, tell me what to see, tell me what to see, tell me what to know. All we talking about the referendum. I see. I never go with for long. You never come with slave for long. Back in the day, you know what's up. But because of who the focus you come out. I remember when my father they tell me about the war. Then spend so much money just sitting there. Success in my typically go man. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 You don't tell me to fight for this freedom. To walk it up on my eye, I got the oh, rescue your children. You want it back and it's your one. Make we don't make all these politicians so. No mind, never just come around, no promises, never not as you. No go see anything after the election. No election in Biafra land. We go sit Mr. Tom Daddy, make you no forget Tom. Is the princess success you have your father and your son? Nnamdi Kanu, Chukwuka gozi ringi. Your Friday motherland, Chukwuka gozi ringi. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is referendum. All we need is referendum. All we need is referendum. All we need is referendum.
That is why when all these trying to bring Umuakata to come to his peak, trying the first time that this Eloha
onye onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB n'ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. N'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a n'afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ, ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ihe ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu ite pọtị ndị ekperimọnụ mmebi iwu na ọchịchị amaghị eji oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị nsọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandụ n'ụzọ dị iche iche ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche ịtọrọ mmadụ, izu ụgbọala, iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa unu n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugwu n'ụzọ dị iche iche ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara iko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji enye nna ya ọkụ wee na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya buo ala ili ya Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere ya mere papa mama broda anti ọnkụ onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwayọ ọdụ n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB anyị na-ajụ ugbu a jigbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbu nwa nwaala apụrụ ya ngafe ama nna ya IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi ịkụ agwụnụ ebe anwụnta ga-adị hụ anwụ mgbu sọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ ma ịnụrụ dum nwanne ị ga na-enụ yọm anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke na-ala n'ọtịrị n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kama mpekelechi ga-emebikọ n'anya ike a na-egbupụ ike enụnụ onye na-asọghị chidi m n'ike amarụ nwanne m ga na-eta ya n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ anyị ekwesịgokwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi bụrụ nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Mazi Nnamdi
anyị abịago Biafra deje nnọọ ọbịa ije freedom na udo ka anyị na-arịọ anyị achọghị ihe ịkpọpụ ọbara n'elu anyị bụ ndị Biafra bụ ndị ji udo na-aga maka ịrụ ọma ka eju na-aga aga n'elu ọ ga-adịkwara anyị na mma ụmụ Biafra Igbo onwe mmadụ nnọọ ụmụ Biafra eji m egwu mekene efu nna odogwu oge adịrị mma onye eze na ọdụrụ ọkwa ndị soro ogiri n'elu ụwa akọrọ ọdụ ogiri lacha ọkwa osisi bụrụ otolo okwu anyị ma n'ọnọdụ ugo ọdụrụ n'ebe mma ọkwa okoko onye arụ a na-achụwa ya ọsọ otu ekwesị eliko nri ọ ga-ejikwe n'ogologo nga dike kenu gị bụ na London dike kenu gị bụ na Israel When you will like it is and you know see Sale, my blood. When you will like it, when you know you pick up your mind. When you give God what belongs to Him, and gives His what belongs to Him. As we seek for peace and humanity, it's not at all for vanity. There are once people that's killing each other. I want to want my brother. I'm going to be a John. I'm forgetting the middle. I'm forgetting the middle.
If they failed, now they will read Bible for you, to use Bible to console you. Remember that this thing has been happening before. Jesus Christ have said that.
Thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We are going off the air at this time. Please stay tuned, don't go away, because Mazi IYE USA 1 is coming on board. Tomorrow is another day. Stay fit, and stay hard. Be consistent. Don't be letting your heart go here and there. But Biafra is here fully restored, and there is nothing anybody can do to stop what we are doing. We are Biafrans, and when we say we are Biafrans, we're talking about the hardcore ones. IPOB is our name. And our leader's name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Say goodbye to you at this time, but please stay tuned, don't go away from Mazi IYE. Next. From here, it's goodbye.
Let your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Biafra. Before we worship, let you we worship.
Yes, so we gather our women and doing something man and woman used to do to our people, and they did not marry our sisters, our mothers. Just
and the main
as a job well done,
which, as you know, was pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside,
the senior Sonwike is one of those that came out and said
Nigeria, you're not safe as an equal person.
They should make the
you're not safe
ticket of presidential candidate. They should
in Lagos.
Let all of them go.
The first person they came was someone who looks like
I told the people.
an Igbo person. It's Captain
Sonwike is from Benin.
On Carter Bridge. They just look at him and say, "You look Igbo."
Now let us hear what Sonwike is.
He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abuja, in Ibadan, Lagos.
And government has come to put the road to lead your community.
In Lagos,
this one need to come out and want the project.
They knock on your door.
Once again to begin to kidnap the workers.
If you say like the Igbo person, they realize
are you sure?
They killed you.
What kind of system?
Now you understand what kind of
system. Which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo.
Wait, yes, so you are mad. You are
famous like
Yes, so we you have to make his way. You know, some of our people now will be clapping for you. So they were after them. The man have stood up. The man have said what we want to hear. It's nothing. His problem is that probably the money they have stolen.
This happened in July, and come September.
He did not get his going on. That is why now he's lamenting. He knows everything. He knows this is how they have been stolen from us. Now he did not get his own share. Now he begins to lament.
That's enough.
Tomorrow the same Nyesom Wike will tell you that that road they have already commissioned.
And the type of killing is not just they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods.
They will go and snap one place.
People were
where he was using razor blade. This time around he's using razor blade to cut it. Yes, so we can still come and tell you that we have finished the road.
The womb ripped up and the children killed.
They don't want to give him his
The women were rounded up from.
We have been saying this time without number. Is it not the reason why they are holding a mass in Nnamdi today? Is it not the same thing that he has been shouting? The same thing that this idiot is telling us today. Some people will say yes, Nyesom Wike is formidable. Nyesom Wike is a one-standing governor. Nyesom Wike no dey hear who told him let him Tambua never.
It's all in this
Tambua have left Nyesom Wike.
This booklet I'm talking about.
After razzling the ass of Nyesom Wike, of course,
and his word people to read it and understand.
When he was giving them almost 500 million, buying Alamajiri Mark,
proved that they could
killing our people in Obibo,
anywhere in Nigeria,
massacring our people.
Okay,
now he's beginning to shout. But
I don't know if you want me to
is it not the reason why I had a war?
Or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions?
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course.
The money they gave
so you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. The next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back
on top of our money that is supposed to use to build our road, so that our transport will be going straight away. He's shocking the money. Our people are now, we are decade the number.
With all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded.
In our money.
Some were made for life.
is telling you.
Some came back with some pieces of
who come out and say
a mother will have a basket.
Where is the money for the road?
As she was running, the only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter.
Location is coming every single day, but these people are shocking the location.
And the mother carried the baby and put inside the basket and
I don't know what they are using it for. Let us continue.
When the train stopped, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There's somebody 6'2" person who was that is what. And after gushing out, and they put his body back in the train.
They will see it.
So when he arrived in any the other thing that Ojukwu around the Christmas time, all these goings on, I read somewhere they put a box, send him a box of from the north. And when they opened it, at the head of the Igbo person, and they're supposed to hear his name is on the message. Somebody whose name is here. So they made a wrong judgment, thinking they were doing government. So this is why the Igbos, if you like,
but there is nothing like that now.
July, September, October, all the way to December. And they want us to be in one country. So Ojukwu was told, don't get together at Abuja. When you go to Abuja, talk to what about what? Talk to people. So this is the it was persuaded to get
Cola.
How are we going to meet with you? You can't go to Lagos. You can't go to the north. Even where we are, they're not safe. Okay? So what do we do? Well, Jojo.
You see what we are talking about? You see what I'm talking about?
So they went.
There is nothing. No, this you see all this.
Peter Obi's Chatham House engagement in the United Kingdom on Monday has elicited several reactions from many Nigerians home and abroad. The Peter Obi's Chatham House engagement
and mapped out
television.
how is it possible to live
because you people like to gossip. Arise television like to gossip. Now you begin to understand. You see all these people now go kid.
So now people tell them,
and they all agree,
on social media, they renounce the use of force to solve the problem. As gentlemen, they're not going to use force anymore.
Like I said,
they agreed.
These people, they have what they call format.
How about
they withdraw format
what we do with the military?
Like
those
people,
from
like
the
all
east,
these people,
they return to the
they
east.
withdraw format to almost
those in the west go to the
10,000 people.
There's in the north go by the
out
west.
of 10,000, 1,000 we pay. With bill
okay,
of
so in other words, you have your military
this is it.
come to
Tomorrow
where
they
you're
will call
from,
one of
place of origin.
Give
How
up
about police
2
force?
million, 3
You
million,
have areas of command.
Come and say, "Let me make you rich."
In other words, we need to have
there is a poverty in our land.
Components of these security forces to guarantee some form of
you think that if there is a factory,
we need to pull apart slightly
components where people
remain in one
country, you
country,
will see all these native
so that
online.
when things are cooled down, we can then come back together. Everyone agrees.
Story.
Yeah. So why don't we
very
find
soon,
the form?
You know,
General Ankara said yes. Are you guys happy with this? Yes. Ankara was so happy.
You think that we are
I'm so happy with you guys.
All this one is upside down.
We are just carrying as brothers. So
I saw one jump out to say now
we was conducting a cordial arrangement. Everybody was happy.
Who are you telling? Why can't you do it by yourself? Why do you have to copy
the findings?
Why do you? And they said it to I say after he performed what in 1 month by that time the election
adherence was still missing.
They are.
It was they had to announce it. And therefore we're now going to make the one.
You cannot do it alone. And they after he finish all his nonsense talk, he say after 1 month you do it straight away. No,
and he hasn't consulted the rest of the military.
You were out here for almost 1.5 years.
Now
going to 2 years.
He wasn't any more superior in rank.
Now you know election is about to finish. You telling us after 3 days.
Robert,
let me read out
who is the Western
press release
governor
from IPOB. Like I said,
the United Kingdom
people behind him. So after Aburi, it was decided that Gowon could be the supreme commander.
People are so
useless. But everybody, you have a decision. We all have to agree that decision before we.
And now you know what they are doing now. They will not cement they will not go and cement the ground. They will put sand so that whenever they are rolling, so that they will not have
permanent secretary.
We get them. We know how they work.
We know you signed it.
Go to adoration of Mbaka. There is no, you cannot see any cement there. Because
we're not going to agree to it. So you have to change your mind. And we think
I don't know how you people call it. We call it Ajaru. On a boy, Ajali way. Onu ga bambo ba fat esment there. On a mistake, or at least I may arrest. That people are dying in the that is why they
known to him, fully aware that the Abuya call was recorded on the gramophone. So it's not a case of you said, I said, that he said.
People, I saw him back and travel to America.
So, Mazi, what you are telling me is that Aburi Accord was recorded. Is that right?
Yes,
so tell me, how do we explain this man, this old, dying, lying man, go on? Till today, he is still saying Ojukwu is twisting the truth. That was not what we agreed in Aburi, even though he know it was recorded.
One day we'll get the Aburi playing. So that's what was played in the eastern region. This is what happened in Aburi. We all listened to it.
You understand?
And the t-shirts came out.
Forget about
on Aburi, we stand.
Frustration.
Okay?
Hunger.
We are not going to budge.
That
on
is
Aburi.
The main
okay?
problem.
So they all knew
Hunger
what happened.
Poverty is the main problem.
So because they had the superior weapon, all the military, everything was in the law.
Code of conduct.
So they thought, well, if we disobey, we declare
IPOB.
We obey the East.
This is memo to IPOB family worldwide support of our self-determination movement and lovers of the freedom
delegated on it,
movement.
Including
memo to IPOB family worldwide supporters of our self-determination movement and lovers of freedom. Now pay attention very well.
Run away. And no one's paying you. No one's paying your school fees. The children. There's no means of life.
It has become very imperative for the Directorate of State of the indigenous people of Biafra, VOS, to make the very important
part of their
affirmation and reiteration on some
said, okay, from
pertinent issues.
1967,
the leader of the great movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, is Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi. The Directorate of State of the indigenous people of Biafra is the apex administrative institution, saddled with the responsibility of running the day and day-to-day affairs of IPOB worldwide.
As a result,
all IPOB coordinator representatives, national coordinators, state coordinators, zonals, local government and unit coordinators report to the Directorate of State through our establishment chain of command.
To come and sit down and discuss what
Mazi Nnamdi has made it clear on several occasions that no member of his family is involved in the running of IPOB worldwide. No siblings of Mazi Nnamdi, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, is a principal servant or official in administration of IPOB. The DOS has never.
Republic of Biafra.
No. Administration of IPOB. No siblings of Mazi Nnamdi is a member of the IPOB Directorate of State, DOS. The DOS has never and will never send any sibling of the leader of indigenous people of Biafra to present IPOB in any meeting with politicians in Biafra land, being the governor, senator, House of Rep members, State Assembly members,
as we are about to summarize, I want to ask you this question. Let's
any such
put this record straight.
Ever took place,
basically what I'm getting to understand and what you're telling me is that
the Directorate of State
Gowon divided the state is to confuse
was never aware
among us because it's working. If you ask me, it is working. You should hear
the indigenous people of
Imo State
Biafra
man is talking to an Anambra,
a well-structured
is talking to an Imo. You will never know that they speak the same language because that was the whole idea of divide and rule. Can you summarize on that note?
Freedom
then of course next week we'll continue.
Well-being of the Biafran people.
The idea of dividing
to this effect, the office press statements of the indigenous people of Biafra is signed exclusively by IPOB Media and Publication Secretary in the person of Emma Powerful.
Because Port Harcourt,
no siblings of our leader has the mandate to issue press statements or on behalf of IPOB and cannot instruct the media or publicity secretary to do so without passing through the Directorate of State.
So it's a deliberate ploy.
IPOB does not have any position of service of office called IPOB spokesman. The governors of the Southeast, politicians of Biafran extraction, private individual, the Nigerian media and journalists should take note of this memo as the Directorate of State. The indigenous people of Biafra worldwide will on the account take responsibility or be held to account as a result of actions of persons, including the siblings of our leader.
To protect you. And that is how Biafra came.
Let me see this word.
So on the 30th of May, Ojukwu declared Biafra, the Eastern region, as a sovereign state. Remember the killing started in May 66. We're talking a whole year of deliberation. So before Biafra
Okay, purporting to represent or act
Thank you very much, Mazi. You know, when it comes to the end of this program, I feel it continues again. To be honest with you, I was born after the war, and whenever I hear this history,
legal detention and the torturing of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra worldwide, our position is very clear. Only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Whenever I hear this history,
in the line with the
I see it and I want to listen and learn. Mazi, please, you're not going to let me down now. Next week is yet another date with destiny. It is part 3 of Biafran history. Thank you very much, Mazi. We appreciate it.
Delivered on the 14th of December 2022. Signed Mazi Shike Doziem, the man in charge, the head of Directorate of State. Now, I hope every one of you understand it. Sometimes maybe my English may not be accurate, but it does not matter. We are going to also publish it so that you will go there and read it and you will understand it on your own. Now you understand. There is nothing like a Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings or family giving you order. Don't listen to them. Don't mind them. They are nobody. Now you understand. If the wife of our leader came out on his last broadcast and said, our Directorate of State
Biafra
I'm putting a lot of effort to push this struggle forward. I know a lot of people that joined this struggle because of me. They called me on phone. Ask the coordinator how many times have I sent him a name of people. Because of my preaching, they will call me. Mazi Nnamdi told us, put your number there, people will begin to call you people. And what I did, I put my number there. Put 2 numbers. Names.
Nnamdi Kanu, ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo. Ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Mbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na. IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. Asịrị ụmụ Biafra. IPOB, one family. Ndị Chimeleze na mma. IPOB, one family. Nnamdi Kanu, ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo. Ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Mbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na.
And I want every one of you to begin to put it. If you are a strong man.
Greetings, regardless of your time zone. Accept our approach this morning. You're listening to live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. And we are coming to you through our parent station, Radio Biafra London and IPOB Community Radio, directed by leader His Excellency Mazi. My name is Mazi, and today is January 18, 2022.
So you believe
people will be on the air today at the top of the hour. So bear and join us.
He knows nothing.
And as you
knows nothing.
Can understand what we're doing, we are making you aware of
the former coordinator of IPOB here in Colonial have been expelled.
This is a region where people continue to influx and
around us. But if I police now, this kind of thing did that day. Police and police. Look at this. We have expelled. We told him not to come here.
People, when you have yourself surrounded,
across the other area,
ask yourself why you're being surrounded. Ask yourself why the insecurity is in your area. Who created the insecurity? Those that are supposed to protect you.
And I saw one article. Kanu wrote an article.
That country that besieges the people.
And I asked them, does it mean that the message that Onyendu brought out from
what country is it that when they have
Emeka, the one that came
and
also said that Onyendu told people that those people that are sitting at home, you don't know
telling you,
the same man came
come
out
and
again.
vote,
Bring information. Told them that Onyendu tell you, this national coordinator you people are talking. Stop there, stop it.
Statements and
till I come.
Orders,
no, but they won't
listen. Killing your people
because they believe they have taken over.
Ndibo, the Easterners, the Biafrans. We have to bear in mind that whatever it is that is happening to us, we cannot blame anybody. We cannot blame anybody in the sense that at this present stage, information is very common. You get information from every corner of the earth. And the reason for that information is for you to be informed. And when you are informed, use it to improve yourself.
You know, we are just want our leader to be out.
The bloodline of my broadcast this morning is Nigeria. That is the impact on there are people telling you that we are coming to
that woman have
vote to make president for Nigeria. Ask yourself the question, what is Nigeria?
Always give her a strength.
It's a name of a country. How did they derive that name? They derived that name from the colonial masters. Our leader Mazi
when
Nnamdi
they came out and begin to say a lot of things about the wife of our leader, they say that is their brother.
And we don't address this issue, we will be making a colossal mistake.
They gave their sister away to somebody.
Large amount.
Their brother now went out there and married somebody's sister. But they want their brother now to leave the wife. But they want to remain with their own wife.
And daylight guard.
Well,
why are they doing that? Why did they do it? These same people told you that they have no regards for you. They have no
the word, the pains, and I know
interest for you.
God will
and what they did was they worked
God
against
will
you.
Protect you.
But these are the people that came in the name of Christianity.
That you need.
We have talked about this, and I don't think most of you remember
your husband is back.
What we say, and not just that you remember. Most of you are just new to the radio. Most of you are converts. Those that came from listening to lies from the radio Nigeria, and then you came to Radio Biafra and you're hearing the truth. Most of you have had this, and most of you have not had this.
But I want to say this.
These people that came in the name of Britain and Christianity, they came, they handed you the Bible, and they took away all that you have.
That the IPOB, the Directorate of State,
and most of us know what they took. Most of us go to the British Museum to see our artifacts.
Nothing like siblings, nothing like government,
lodged there,
nothing like
and you pay to go and see it.
None of them.
It is common sense that when you grow up to understand, when you grow up to
that is one thing I want you to
be a man, you ask the questions. The problem with us is that we take things for granted. We ignore things. We ignore obvious things that we're supposed to question. We let it pass by. First of all, what is the essence of
I thank you all.
Getting children?
From me, from here,
they replace you.
Shall we say again?
As you age, they take over. And why do they take over? As you age, you become less productive. What you do is you pass the information to them. And Nigeria being a colonized country, they said they gave you independence. They gave you independence. That independence is just on the paper, not practically done. They gave you the name Nigeria. What is Nigeria? Different countries bunched together. Is it true or not? Is Nigeria not a corporation? Is that true or not? If it is true, then why are you still holding on to it? Just like you're holding on to the false religion handed down to you. And that many of you will commit murder if you talk about religion and how you don't believe in it. That is the extent to which we can hold the belief. And they themselves, they are exiting that their religion. Their belief, their modern children don't even care, don't even want to hear it. And we have played audio where they arrest you in the street of London if you dare pick up the Bible to preach. They'll tell you, go inside your house and preach. If you're that holy, if you all that know that what you're doing is right, why are you preventing people from preaching? From saying the word of God in the street to have converts? After all, the Episcopal, Anglican, quote unquote, we are following, it's a breakaway from Roman Catholic. It's from the Queen, the late Queen. And then they called us Episcopal, and we foolishly took it up for ourselves and baptized ourselves with it. And it says Holy Spirit, according to their doctrine. This same belief, they came to you and they say you are Nigeria. They gave you a name, just as the windows of our ancestral name and started giving us rules, blessing, Trinity, Godwin, and we took it. Let us say that's what happened in the past. I'm talking of the present. Now you have the word Nigeria given to you as a country. Apart from English, which they tell you quote unquote is the official language, outside the official language, what is the language of Nigeria? What is the language of Nigeria? You will tell me Nigeria speaks Hausa, Nigeria speaks Fulfulde, Nigeria speaks Yoruba, Nigeria speaks Igbo. Why? Why? They are not the same. They are different countries put together by Britain and called it Nigeria. And how do we serve ourselves? We serve ourselves out of hatred. Will you call it hatred? Yes, you may. Yes, you may not. For 70 million populated people with the same ideology, with the same custom, with the same tradition and everything, they are entitled to be on their own. Is that true or not? Anything they do for their people. Is that proper or not? If they don't like you to be in their government, they are right. Because they have something in common. They speak the same. They act the same. They have the same culture. They have the same ideology. They understand themselves. Is that not the normal thing to do? It is. The Igbos have theirs. The Fulanis have theirs. The Middle Belt have theirs. Why will you like people to abandon who they are to be who they are not? Because one white man came from London and gave you a name, Nigeria, and told all of you to be one. How can that happen? They are there in London. In Britain, they cannot even cope with other European countries. They cannot do anything in common with other European countries. Only that most of them speak English. Still, they cannot do things together. The Irish, they speak English. Scotland, they speak English. Britain, they speak English. Wales, they speak English. But they are not a country. How come I cannot understand a Yoruba person? We don't have anything compared to you. You're telling us we're a country. And here we are killing ourselves, butchering ourselves, inflicting on irreparable hatred on one another because one white person, due to commercial interest, grouped all of you as one. I think the modern generation should act on it. If you're coming today to tell me you are trying to make Nigeria move forward, you are not moving anywhere. It is a wishful thinking. Look at an incident that happened yesterday in Lagos, where a judge sentenced an Igbo man to death by hanging for robbing somebody. The judge is a Yoruba person, and the person she sentenced to death is an Igbo person. What was the crime? He robbed somebody. He robbed a lady, I think 50,000 naira or 70. I've forgotten the exact amount. And a judge will say, I sentence you to death by hanging. And you have criminals that committed hideous crimes more than that, and they were not sentenced to death. Now, how can you justify that judgment? How can you justify that judgment that you sentenced a young man to death because he robbed somebody? It's not even life sentence. It's not even 2 years imprisonment. And you have these criminals, you have all these people in government stealing billions, robbing you with your eyes wide open. And now, how can you support that judgment? For all it's said and done, you say is that she passed that judgment because that's an Igbo boy. The Yahoo boys you catch, have you sentenced them to death that actually inflict harm on people? Have you sentenced the Yahoo boys to death? Those you catch that are killing people, maiming them, cutting the bodies of the people they steal from, you've never sentenced them to death. Now, how can you justify that? If you say tribalism is involved, you cannot deny it. Prove it. The proof is there. We have given you instances of where people come to your house and steal from your home and walk away at gunpoint. You don't sentence them to death because they did not kill anybody. But this one is sentenced death by hanging, and he justified. Then look at her history. Look at the history of the judge. See all the Yoruba people that she judged. She judged on their behalf. See how many of them that stole, and how many she sentenced to hang. Is anybody talking now? I'm just telling you. I'm bringing this up because it's for you to see the partiality of people. When people are partial, when you do something, even if your intention is good, for the fact that that person is not of your own race, of your own region, the question comes up: did you do that because he is an Igbo? Did you do it because he is from Middle Belt? You have all the bandits, you catch them, you leave them. Now let this judge justify her judgment. You cannot live this way. We are not the same, and we will never be the same. When you decide to rule, to live on what white man's command, you will die. And this is why they tell you Nigeria is one. For us to exhibit our hatred and then infuse it on others. An explosive situation where you have learned people that cannot understand, learned people that cannot question what they are doing. What is the population of Ireland? What is the population of Wales? What is the population of Ireland? Scotland? Where's the population of Britain? But your own 200 million plus, and you are pushing ahead. I'm going to elect a president that, I mean, we are committing self-destruction because we cannot think, we cannot make decision on our own. Look at them running to Chatham House, and you're going to Chatham House to tell you what to do because your brain doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. And when we said, people say we are saying, okay, Aliyu told you. When Aliyu, a governor, ex-governor, will come and stand that they want you out of the government because they are Fulanis. He proudly told you they want you out of the government because they are Fulanis. And you are Igbo. Get out. And let a Fulani man be there. A Fulani man is there. He's been there since 2015. And this is where we are. They're still holding power. And they're telling you these are the things we are going to do. These are the things we are going to do. You do what's best for your people. Or the rest of the region, are you doing what's best for your people? Or are you blindly following one Nigeria? And which they told you they know will never be one. Because oil and water can never mix. I did not say it. Those that fused you together said it. Because they know who you are. They know we are not the same. They know we will never be the same. They know we don't agree. And then, why can't we? Why can't we do those things that are beneficial for us? Why can't we? When Goodluck Jonathan was in office, Aliyu made sure that his brother in the White House removed Jonathan. He came, he campaigned, and made sure Jonathan was removed. Yes, Obama did what he wanted. They came with Asherod and made sure that Jonathan was removed. Ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, if I'm not telling the truth, please come and tell us that we are not telling the truth. Hence, as Jonathan was leaving office, he said, I know I won the election, but I will not, because of trying to be a president, spill the blood of other people. That's what he said. That's what he said. Ngwa people, please, give me 15 minutes. I will please give me 15 minutes. I'll give it back to you. I'm borrowing. This is Aliyu. All of you, listen to it.
Oil in Bayelsa belongs to Borno. The oil in Bayelsa belongs to, of course, Jigawa and other states. So, until the constitution is changed,
a lot of people have been saying that the oil belongs to the North. First of all, what's your view about this and why?
No, what I said, the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. The oil in Delta belongs to Jigawa, where I come from. Why? Because we are called Federal Republic of Nigeria. And under the Constitution, all resources belong to the government of Nigeria and should be shared, accordingly. Constitutionally, 13% derivation will go to the oil producing states. So as of today, the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Borno. The oil in Bayelsa belongs to, of course, Jigawa and other states. So until the constitution is changed, it's Commonwealth. Simple.
I'm just wondering, you said you have some proof about why they should arrest President Jonathan. Do you mind telling us just a few of the reasons why he should be arrested and locked up?
One, as I said, if President Bashir of Sudan will be sought after for war against humanity, we have evidence of photographs of military personnel slaughtering people alleged to Boko Haram. We have them. I brought them here to US.
So you think the president knows about it?
Absolutely. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria. And in all his setting of committees, we've not had him setting up a committee to investigate those kind of extrajudicial killings, or the killing in Zaria, or the attempted murder of General Buhari, or the attempted murder of the late of Kanu, or the attempted murder of the late Shehu Borno, or the murder of Jafar. So many people were killed and nothing happened, and we have documented evidence against the armed forces and some security personnel that he is leading. That's one. Then two, we also have evidence of Mr. President colluding with alleged Boko Haram sponsors. Anybody who is running from, people that are financing Boko Haram run to him and he works with them. We have this evidence, which I hope, before he leaves here, Obama will grant my request and order the arrest of Jonathan Goodluck.
Who are some of the people that you think are funding Boko Haram?
Jonathan Goodluck is number one, and his cohorts. The evidence I will show when I'm called upon.
But with everything going on in Washington, you're also here, but you stand as opposition member. So who sponsored your trip here?
I sponsored myself. I own a furniture factory, one of the largest furniture factories in the northern part of the country. I've had it for the last 25 years before I joined politics. I'm not a poor man, absolutely. I can afford to travel first class, stay in 5-star hotel. I could afford to do this thing for a very long time. I sponsored myself here.
And you came just to make sure that they arrest President Jonathan. But why was he not arrested in Nigeria? Why is it that America has to do it?
Because he has immunity, and the American government went to arrest Noriega from Nicaragua, so it's easier for them now he's here. So let them just arrest him here. And you can't even arrest a governor in Nigeria. They have immunity, but in America he has no immunity. And I pray they will arrest him.
And you want him jailed here or take him back to Nigeria to be tried?
Well, I would want him to be jailed anywhere. First of all, to be tried. I would want him to be tried, and if he's found not guilty, he should be acquitted and discharged. But if he's found guilty, I would want him to spend the prison time in Kirikiri.
Nigeria,
of course.
So, what would be your strategy in dealing with Boko Haram?
First of all, sincerity of purpose. The committees upon committees that the government has set up on Boko Haram, what are they doing with the report? If nobody from Borno State, where this thing started. Nobody has been arrested today. Nobody. Like, from when the crisis started to date, we have no people that are in prison today. The strategy is, one, to deal decisively with the sponsors, because the Nigerian Security Agency know the sponsors of Boko Haram. They know them. Even we also know them. And those.
But you're not mentioning it.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning it now. That's what I'm saying. If they arrest Jonathan, good luck. But he's number one. Then other names will follow. When he is arrested, they will come up with the names that we know, which he knows, they know, the security agents know. But up till now, none of them is arrested. Nobody is prosecuted for that.
Thank you. What they do, they accuse you of doing it. Now you know. Now you see. Now you hear. We will deal with this again. And then we'll come on. And then we'll come on. Come on, Onyuru. We will talk about this. That is what we've been telling you. Those responsible for Boko Haram are accusing you of being responsible for Boko Haram. See how he came to the White House. He has a furniture factory and can single-handedly put it out to make sure that Jonathan was arrested and put out of office. You are not one. He told you point blank, Commonwealth, for the fact that the resources are there. You're one Nigeria. For all those that don't listen, for all those that don't hear, for all those that don't understand, you're in for a big surprise. They are using election to deceive you, and you're falling for it. I'm not done with this. Like I told you, I revisit issues. I do revisit. So I will be dealing with it more tomorrow. But I just want all of you to know the people we are dealing with. When others from other regions will speak and fight for their people, our own will bring our own people out for sacrificial lamb. Kill our people. And that will be okay for us as long as we get the presidency. Will be okay. Mazi, day one, welcome.
Mazi, thank you.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Alaeze ndamadi gani tindika ni ndewo asam wachita mara mukuma mara nta meba ojana dai babule no da no gani ani vuro tani bero wachita aho cha honna ndika esela ngu hage tata leji abayo tambo abayori la sotoli mo wambo la fantamba hia afo asam tambo afo fatara anya ni le hono ingwa zo mozo asun tamanu numma de kas na de modo ba kala bubu ta brom bono ya ta bombe batala radio ni da no kana go geju konde ngala radio Biafra ai na radio Biafra US1 edition ai no na radio Biafra London e ba la mazun Nnamdi Kanu wirani church san ba sa wanzo makende 101. This is the only place I need about Uzoma. This is where we worship. No title offering. This is a platform, no advertisement. We only speak our own here. Anyanjaka kamba saranye. Mutwaye giji meya mama. That's why Radio Biafra is the best radio in the whole world. The radio on for many years now. I did advert. No, we don't do that. We only here just to preach the gospel of redemption, the gospel of freedom. This is where you get a real information. And America can go this thing here. No. This place is hallowed. This place was dedicated. So this is the Radio Biafra US1 of a Biano. I should show in a hula. We do Biafra London. He did get through FM. He did get through community radio. A Radio Biafra app. Most of the times I have Facebook. So nobody no dey go any in the right channel. No she's going to come on or carry by after la for na for probably never this is the only place we speak the gospel of truth. Whereas in the can ya maronma ya maro kuma marawani ma ya maronya woma maronya bradama whereas in Mozo ya maronma Monday Asimone Yamaron, Mamara say good morning, good afternoon, and good night to some of you. We probably know that asking go much time. Maras in them one day in the can in the one, Mazer and I want to no truly. And you play and you quite a corridor. Macalimo, what is Asimone, happy new year, and I'm about the Maras in the Amalia Mama, much time Maruduma. Chebezukola, Oman, and the guys know. Only after a bear. By the special grace of God, Radio Anako and Ishalangwa Stout, as I'm talking to you now, so Ishalangwa, I wish the people can indicate. Or they come many villages over there, Amachin Sulu, Asia, Lansulu, and Amapule, all the rest of them, the same frequency and Osaka, Omafo, and Indo, so all in Ishalangwa, please, and don't to let us know, I didn't know like at Labe. Let us know from here. And the watcher has been saying, the watcher only when the la, okay, Kunadola, the limit time when the la, Apatawala, like I give you to Paton, Agata Paton, but only when the Maba from Mosisio, Biunga, East or West, Una, Babana, Abasat, Unotoshia Modola, Abdewala. We must circulate everywhere. Give watch not to share more long while. Amaranam. Adam Epasa, no, I'm not only the yak each other to share more. Okay, for the Landutia, this is round walk. Okay, so this is why our people are here. This is why our people are very, very busy. This is why none of them is sleeping. Up to make sure that nobody half year are those that are coming to do this for us. That's why you see us here every time. That's why you see Mazalo say, that's why you see other people, they are coming here day by day. That's why you see the US are working tirelessly. So I half year I didn't believe me and I need you panicana amen na biago get to Mabu, get into Mabu, no black didn't theater. Another is him now when the lawyer, I didn't look a lap at the Ejima keka baya la de hele jebu matakaraka de pani matakile jebu burubu kena bu matakire jebu burubu eji pani yebu no braba no braba mara hele jeje sabari. So what I'm trying to say, if you try to give ha tori hali kosi je sabari bere sabari oku wata mo la bungi automatically waka is there waiting for you. So if you don't want to receive that to haka from us one challenge Empani pesiji sabari bere sabari kapani pesiji sabari soya so lamhando kamar makuwaka ali hele jeja no bedapa. So what I'm trying to say is that here we are, this struggle is something that I need ya ebono bedapa. Then I want to just some guys na gite tanelo wabulezu better stay there. So what am I trying to say? That our people should buckle up, our people should try out, our people should buckle their shoe. Let's move on. Start up having half fear. And the level we have gone, I like that level, no one you know one now. Henanengano no se everybody in Zuku. Ebanengano no se. So don't ever relent, don't ever retreat or no surrender. Because none body should be looking at one so it's better that you go inside bush that and decide so how do you so what am I trying to say? I know that elderly ones can understand my proverb so far. So most of the times I speak with proverb. So when they cook I know no coach. Very clear about Banishwara and Jibe. Mongo coach, how la Bahala Parabuela or Gire, Macalai no coach. So wherever you are, as long as you do legal and dime, as long as we check it there, as long as you made that motive, as long as Emaratla, again dime, love trouble, as long as you don't believe in 80 something, one by you more help. Papa Banko, Obon Quatara, Obon Koba, Obon Quahaba, all our Betawaya, Lana Gaish, Apala you Apala you. So nobody should relent this, and our enemies are at work because they want to deliver. So don't allow our enemies to deliver from your own corner because for the online so what I'm trying to say in essence is that we all should do what? Buckle up and try our best. Don't allow anybody to deceive you. Deceivers is how do you say just you distract, and when you are distracted, when the deceivers are back. So all language will trigger the spirit of distraction. One day, now you talk. Again, when you can watch on social media to convince them to distract our people when they know so let us focus on our platforms. Of our radio presenter Juma, they will explain to you. Careful. So what am I trying to say in essence that what I doing here this time? IPO in every original there must be imitation. Makalanda Korakon Jurungalile, people of Funde Gula, I have to Plamaz number Kanu, they make that Chigo. Almost in age, one who can but him they call Gambo. We are also and then so zen. Oh, what I went man or day, only Gabby, only so. Ya was like, what to name you on the Geramne. When you can ask man or Mama, him got a cock on board Cadonia. Okay, John another language. So what I'm trying to say in essence, are you going to be part of, or are you going to be the generation of Ndegene in the literal maybe you? Are you going to be the generation or the lineup of Nde Monade Judas? Are you going to be involved? So be very, very careful. This is freedom fight, this is struggle. Many has done their part and they all succeeded. So one in succeed South Africa did it and they went through. So so that God of restoration, that God of freedom fighters is there for us. Not everybody will finish their job. So don't allow yourself to be distracted. People are distracted. Makala homo telile bara ngeta oneta dawaba jerula mempa kaba. Adendege Felicia Langwa, Adendege Fulama Kotanka, Adendege Fula Omeka, Adendege Fula Arongwa, Adendege Fula Suma, the Kondege Fula Brass until to him they we all should know it's not late for you to take your own decision if the vehicle is gonna take you to our last destination. That's where we are here, and that's why we must preach this gospel of redemption. This gospel of Chuku Kikabe Masemani Babi Sikalono, Eji, Onishin Zotralongo, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Baby Tembo, Kendi Bone, Adeabo. Tabata to them in here, Baby Tembo, because in the corridor, India, Bani, for any can be baby. They have trading with so much money, can be baby. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, your title remain for you, Mamma we only remain in yellow to Papa. I don't have a geek. The municipal lady later the title Yabani Wayali, and I got take history of Mamokadragadu. So Papa they call the title remain for our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because we all so Mada Coca someone now the Bono da Lugani, as someone who don't do one. How much time I don't know Maka Melandon, only Biakala Yabri Hama. Onye ọnani lewanya ni luheli papayanya onye ọkwanani lewa kuyi ulala helala mayanya onye ọnani chokwa ni ulo hendo papayanya onye ọnani chetawa wangu kamuru wabe bukwe mara simunze mozo lana bela Chukwu Kikabe amandi futarane aha inyanye mmeri Chineke anyị nwata kreji gi nye mbazo jeguya mana somon na ka ani gani mmeri go botumbo before na ebido matala adu toro le jama ga labo ko ja wo share. Ezi Chukwu Kikabe ama ọmata amarechi mmalite lọgwụgwụ onye mbụ ụlọ n'ikpeazụ ugwu a nara ata ego nwanne otu onye ama masị amasị isi nke ndụ ọkaka ala omeme omenipotent omenisilent God papa anyị ndị ikele n'ụbọchị taa mbụ ahịa afọ a na-esighị onye ezi omume bịa nọnyere ụmụ gị adịghị ndị ọdọ ọhụrụ akwa ndị kpọrọkwu nwere onwe ndị dịrị ọrụ sị ma anyị bịa rụọ mbụ otu onye dịrị nwa nwoke mbụ ya Joshua sị ma ọ bịa napụta ndị gị onye ezi omume na ụmụ ya abịala ụbọchị taa gị na bụ ụbọchị ahụrụ mma papa anyị abịala ịma na anyị si bịa yeska ma anyị dịsa kpọtụkwara kwamgbe ma ọnụ anyị ajụkwa n'oyi lekpọtara ha nso ọ lerọgharị onye ezi omume ọtụtụ ụkwụ adịla chọọchị a na-asụ anyị dị ịkọ ka mbụ bịa bụ emere anya ka isi mere ndị mbụ bịa bụ emere anya uche gị ji aji emere ndị ka mbụ ndị eke ya imere ya eme ezi omume kewe ndị aka anyị mama na-asị maka aka ala omume bịa nyere anyị aka n'ezi omume ụzọ ọbụla iji ghọta adịghị ọcha ime ahụ emeli ụtụtụ ndị onye ezi omume bịa dụchie anyị onye ezi omume na anyị bụ mmadụ anyị ezughị oke mana site na ikike gị onwe gị mbụ Chukwu Kikabe ma na ntụziaka onye ezi omume anyị ga-ime ya ama mma ihe ndị ịka ọka bụ bịa taa bịa echi nyekwa nwa nwoke eji onye isi zụtara n'ọkụ ka ị nyere ndị Igbo sị ma ọ ga-ara iwu ndị Igbo ozi dị oke mkpa ozi dị oke ọrụ aka ma jirila akpa gị onye ezi omume ịdị ya nwa nwoke a ọkpalịkwa ihe niile ihe ndachi ụzọ niile aka ọjọọ niile nzube onye iro niile ke nnọla akụkụ ya ke nnọla ihe onye ezi omume ana m asị ka ịka ndị niile ka ọhụrụ ha gara n'iyi ma na-ezipụ ndị mmụọ ozi buru ibu ka ha gaa n'ode dịka ha na-eche nche n'ime mmụọ na nara ha na-ede onye ezi omume ka ha na-abụ atụmatụ ekpesu niile n'ebe ọ nọ ka ọ bụ ha laa n'iyi ụzọ ọ bụla onye rochiri iji bịa tinye ọgba aghara ọ tinye ihe mmegharị anya ma ọ bụla etiti ụmụnne ma ọ bụla etiti ụmụnna ma ọ bụla etiti ndị agbata obi ma ọ bụla etiti ndị ụmụnna onye ezi omume asị m ihe ndị atọ ọ bụ ha gara n'iyi papa anyị dị ka ọka anyị chọrọ ileru ihe anya kwagbuo ya mmadụ asị any spirit of distraction onye ezi omume ebe ọ bụla ọ chọrọ ihe abịa asị m ka ndị mmụọ ozi ya asagbu asụsụ ọbụla nke ndị nọ dị echi so n'isi onye ezi omume mmadụ asị ka aka ala omeme ọtụtụ ụkpụrụ m n'anụ arụ niile bụ sọsọ n'ọrụ n'ezu mgbe na-ekele na-ede agbalịla ha bụ ịka ọka ebe na anyị ntụ ọnụ n'ụzọ bịa na ide mela mmadụ asị onye ezu mme bịa mere anyị ala eke na-agagbu okwu nna anyị n'ezu mme ọ dịsị ịgụ anyị ụtụtụ ikpụtụ na anyị asọ n'ezu mme anyị dịkwara icheta ala ikpa dịkwa asị bịa bịa mere anyị papa m dị ịka ọka ebe dịkwa ala asọ a ka ị kwere anyị na nkwa dịka ị mere ndị Israel kemgbe ma ekpere ndị Israel ka agba mbụ ndị Biafra mmadụ asị onye ezu mme esi ma anyị mekwara n'okere anyị ure ụfọdụ ga-efu ụfọ ala afọ bịa na onye anyị onye ezu mme ma ndị ka anyị katara ma ndị kele anyị lakata afọ ịmala otu jide ya na adịghị ọdụ anyị dị ka ọka anaghị ka ọka moto ma ọ bụ ụgbọelu ọgụ ga-abịa eme ka anyị nwere onwe anyị ka anyị laala ga anyị gara ala ọsọ ahụ ikpere anyị lakwa gaa na ebe akpọrọ ya bụ ndị sokpọkpọ ahụ sogoro ime mmụọ na eziokwu chọkwara na aja ka ahụ ọkụ nwee ekele eluigwe ka ndị mmụọ ozi mekwa nna mgbe ochie eze gị ga-emetụ aka na afọ ọ bụghịkwa nna gị ịkụsị yes na ọhụrụ imere ụmụ gị ọbụ ngozi aka anyị na-enye gwa akwa ya nọkwa n'ebe na dịkwa na agba egbude ya dịkwe na ahụ otu ya ridikwa n'eluigwe mmadụ asọ ka aka na omume gaa mee karịa ka anyị rọrọ n'aha gị nwebụ chukwu okike abịama Alaeze ndị ewonu akụkọ mgbe akụkọ mmiri emu idikwa ele anyị na ndị nwanyị dị ime yara akụkọ a ndị ịdaba mmadụ asị ndị ka anyị ndị ewonu a na-ga ịgbafe ọsọ maka na adịghị ụtọ ọrụla eji ama garịla ahụ ka ọ bụ ji awụsha eji ya asụ ya aga mmadụ asị igbo m nze m ọzọ adị m enabata unu n'ụbọchị taa ebe ọbụla ndị a n'olu anyị ịmala Abia steeti nọ n'Imo steeti nọ na Anambra ọwụ Enugu ọwụ Ebonyi ọwụ Delta ọwụ Akwa Ibom ọ bụ Igwe Ọcha ebe ọbụla ịnọdụ a n'olu anyị na ala Biafra niile gburugburu asị gị ndị egwu mmadụ asị ụmụnna anyị ndị nọ mba ofesi udo dịrị unu ndị mgbe ọbụla bụ oge wasị m udo dịrị ndị ka anyị aga m ele ka emetụ aka na he papa m ji ekwukiri dị m alụzi adịghị ọdụ ụgwọ kpụra n'ọnụ adị ke m ji bịa bịa ka aga m eti tụkwa n'ọba leji agba ọkwa merila leji agba esorobe gị n'ụpe ọ sị what is Nigeria adịghị m dị iche metụrụ mata for somebody that saying that Nigeria should be one or Nigeria is one genu ntị ka m gwa ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo ọ njide azụ nwa Nigeria agwụla mmanụ ndị na-azụ ụlọ anyị ndị azụ about it ọ bụrụ anyị jide azụ nwa Nigeria. Now I want to ask you something somebody is saying that Nigeria is one and Nigeria should remain one or Nigeria should be one. Who told you this one? Now I just say what is Nigeria? Assuming now you travel to Germany, you will learn German language. You go to Spain, you learn Spanish language. You go to France, you learn French language. You go to India, you go to China, you learn their language. Now assuming somebody other Nigeria, which language can you learn? Maybe most of the countries, if you go there before you start working, you will learn their language like Switzerland, other countries, both Europe, Asia, like Europa. Assuming somebody language in Nigeria, the language on our game, that's what I want to ask. I need somebody that can answer me that question very, very well. Wherever you are watching me from, you can answer me that question by calling this line +487292190099. +487292190099 or +234-08130-54193. We call the first line only WhatsApp, the second one WhatsApp and direct line. Now, if somebody come to this country, Nigeria, and a language you learn against for you to be just cooperate with Nigerians, or you can enter anywhere in Nigeria. That is what I want to know. Can anybody tell me the specific language in Jimrana? Because we don't blame one also. With their own language. That is what I want to know. Wherever you are listening me from. See, okay, now why I ask this question because I've taken time to study things. I've moved on. I've been opportune to travel almost 30 states of this country and some of other countries within Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is a country. We call it a country, but I see it as a company. My hotel as a company, and this is a company where they have the shareholders. This is a company where CEOs from one different angle, This is a country thereby like this country. If somebody only can make other judge whereby if anything happen, they're gonna judge it from the side on if peradventure his own people is not close to the table, case on there. If peradventure that your own place at the hotel as in the lady in the matter but what about when we or can you just the thing will be swept, is this super swept under carpets? Is this how a country should be run? Is this how country should be done? This is a country where the mineral resources issue from one side and the national cake with still the people worship like this is the country we are running into it. Now, election now see how other people are interfering. How many of them have come to your country? They are going to do in their own country. This is stupidness in high order. This is a country where they will say, this is a country where that this person has half one. This is a country where they will channel work for one particular place. This is a country who have no one religion. Why is it like that? You don't know what's the they brought Bible unto us. You see what has been happening. Now you see a country as number one. Other church, about church, okay, last time, born to ashes. These people believe in their own religion. They can let him out. Now in this country, this so-called government cannot say anything. They cannot say anything. So that they will be supporting about your killing. They will be supporting for your own. See, let me tell you something that who these people that say that what have this Christianity get strong in Nigeria. If you can take there are so many countries who have not Christianity that they have turned to Muslim. Why is it like now? Does it mean that like the body, that body of Christianity, let me not cover body of Christ. That body, that particular body, that they have no interference or why is it so like that? Now look at what is happening in Nigeria today. So these people they ship from other countries because they have one religion. One day here about the national as we call ourselves Christian. This is the time we have to open our eyes. One any country, other neighboring country, as a Christian. Now, Abraham, Boko Haram, one day about the as a book because they want an Islamic state. Now, Fulani has man in Dutch Nama, one day she charged, Benin Republic, now they have been migrating and coming to Nigeria. She from the northern part of Nigeria, migrate here to the eastern part of Nigeria. Now, I know Takani Fulayo. Now, okay, this particular country we are for Nigeria. One more green on Nigeria. Village that country Nigeria. As soon as not Tunga, no Capano, that can not be minna, when they can not be minna. For some of us that have been dropping one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Our Nigeria, our country. This country you call Nigeria, that is your country. Are they care about you? Are they taking your responsibilities? Are they taking care of you? How are they taking care of you? Is it your health, your academics, your welfare, or whatever? Assuming that they will teach you when another country, can they go there and stand on behalf of you or speak on behalf of you? Can they interfere in your matter as a citizen of the country? This is a country where other country where the other people have no equal rights. So what have you done? Maybe if you go out, you'll be proudly say that I'm in Nigeria. Because now, even in Nigeria, where are you from as in Nigeria? What language did Nigeria speak as a nation or as a country? If you say Nigeria is a country, what language do we use in Nigeria? Egala wasa, Fulani, Ebela Fiane, Fufude. Now, Ebela Nigeria, Masusu, Ejemu, Wasa, Tabu Fulani, Tejemu Fufude. Ijemu Yoruba, Tejemu Ibo, Tejemu Akwaibon, Big Ejemu, Cross, Big Ejemu as a country. Maybe you want to learn their language so that you can be working and communicate and have those see, then to my I pity for you. See, not because that we are on the Biafra agitation, no. Even before now, somebody has asked me this question. There's something after the this thing now. Somebody asked me this question years ago, over 10 years now. Somebody asked me this particular question. Now, if the person is she, maybe any country, let's say Europe, now Jala Abuja, as the case may be, or Jala Lagos. Even Lagos, my Lagos now Yoruba, right? Now, one hour Yoruba, maybe all Yoruba, or 1 hour in the Yoruba, if peradventure he left Lagos and traveled to Aba, or the okay, about the farm, I had on it. I guess Yoruba, somebody outside country now. Yamas and Dobodo. So, most of us are even the give us an actually taken to the me, you don't question God. Now, why you will not question God? One, God has gave you the directive. God has shown you something what you can do. If Biafra come now, what is another country? Then Biafra and you will learn Biafra language now. You will learn Biafra language. They give us to see. That's not how we do, they will know that how we do. One of our brother, Pledge full career, if Wapupo, you know, Nnamdi TV, that young guy has been doing a very nice job. We don't slow up on Yanaga, Ebelu, Bezo, Bindi, Poda, US, Kerimu. Now, at the end of the whole thing, most of them cannot give a proper reason why they are not, but you are asking and you want them, this will be but actually, this in the which means that is story, and you have not made a research regards to how you see how our people are being foolish. And among our nature of the great foolishness, I'm wondering about it. A very foolishness, if not for Mazi Nnamdi and IPOB. When Nnamdi will get everything, I got a foot match, honestly, because the other people, the other set of people, they like it, let them go and buy logo for them to survive. Even like today, majority of some of our people, one day the 500 they were slave for those people, and our people are able to know why that if we did not go there and serve those people, that we cannot benefit anything from the Nigerian government. Is that a country? Does that make us to be one? Does that make us to be united? How you say let us be one, but then how do you are being suppressed? How do you suppress again? Going to teach you so that you can benefit, you can get peanuts. You can't stay in your country and your state. For example, as an Alta State man, I'm contesting something in Alta State. Alta State people will vote for me. Now, without going to North, I can never pass the election. Is that a country? That is a country you call yourself. You are one. As an Imo State man, I'm contesting election in Imo State without going to other people's state and plead and beg and make a promises whereby they are not the one that will vote for me. I don't even give that now without going there. This is a country, somebody for a poor position. Just initial nation. I got now. This is a country you are being marginalized in all aspects of things, in all ramification. You are being marginalized. At the office, you are not enter that office. You need that position. Now, only men will I remember I didn't do for you. Children want to cause order. That is nonsense. So, how do you tell me that these people can survive and make it in this country? Most of the times, if you travel outside country, you don't pity for them because nobody has hope again. This is a country out of 100%. Anyway, over 60%, 40% unemployment. Every year, anyway, at least assuming 5,000 graduates. How many of them are getting jobs? This is a country that they cannot provide or create any job opportunity for the youth. But is also in the country. What is Nigeria? That is the question I'm asking you now. What is Nigeria? This is a country that does not value their citizens. This is a country that they don't value their citizens in education. They don't value education. This is a country they don't prefer to study or take anything medical treatment in their country, they travel outside country. That is your leaders for you. Absolute strike. Wiki, Omahi, that were that graduate line University of London. But what one lecturers on strike. That graduate, but to look on that is one Nigeria for you. See, if you are still thinking that you have hope or that Nigeria will be fine or will be better, instead of Nigeria will give them more. How many years of independence? Every year celebrate here. Now, have you asked yourself, what have they been? What have they been? Only had the before. What are the new things? Only the don't think that Colonial became a only now, only only now, but even Nigeria, this is a country that past years there are the present one. What is Nigeria? 5 years ago, like more, even the more after the more could you imagine other countries that one in the this is a country for you. You will see other countries as a citizen. Other people are going to school, free education, but later I see are going now they are saying the education is what they get school, other country, they do no. What is Nigeria? I am Samajua. What is Nigeria? As long as you put not in the money, upon which not in the they will have make sure that name called Nigeria can never be pronounced or they not have called in life because that name is a cause. Honestly. Only I say you are just wasting time, you are just looking at people who are idiots but I cannot call Nigeria. The present time, the present situation of the country, from Mataria. What going to Nigeria? Now somebody has said that things is coming to one now. I didn't know. So what am I trying to tell you? Why am I telling you all this is what that we ourselves we know what we are doing. We want to bring the country the Biafra we want to restore is a country that if things we are say this year 100 naira, next year we have 80 naira. This is a country, every time on an election, they will only use one but some things also have one they make campaign. Here they make campaign this free. Next 4 years, they make campaign. They have never changed their manifesto. They have never changed their speech. Every 4 years, all the same thing I can between. Every time you to say, why is it that Nigeria what have you did a main campaign all time? Biafra, we had the God bless you. So now, this is a country. Everybody in the treaty special. Fulani herdsmen has been killing our people. They go to anybody, they kill people. Nobody is talking. Boko Haram has been arrested and detained, and at the end, they tell us that they have been repented. India is not about a law of 5, about 6, 100 and 200 and something repentance getting Boko Haram. Now, I don't want to say to people whenever they carry flag up, whenever they come to express their grievances, what do they major? I say maybe share with. I say maybe share with. So India, India, oh, no, you don't get it. Make it alright. You present an email. I cannot control how the Muslim. Everyone has to share. I say to look at them, I'm questioning you. It's not to look at them. You say one man. Under 2017 or 2016, radio even take now radio will help. Now, I want to let you see my email. I want to okay. So I don't last man. Audio train. See. Audio train. Okay, together. And that Manu and Kepo. I don't know which way we train. Can make our IPOB committee region. I want to know that they get a good out that every day. So I pick up. I'm money. To go down. I get on it's a that weekend. It boost. And then I try and not trying to come on here by force. I'll talk about passion. When you're talking about extract, what to do, yes, I do.
Yes, I said it. Yes.
Yes. Always
You see?
Video platform. I don't fight the highway. I presume that when Nnamdi Kanu, Thank you, Father Nako from Olo. Radio Ndoli as of last week or last week. So what is still a problem? So don't worry. Moses will almost reach to anyway. Thank you. And again, like our people to be making time on a day like this so that let us know the areas, which means we have people that are listening to us. If one person there from agent to community, which means we have more other people, they get paid their attention on listening to our FM radio. Our mother from Molu, we thank you and Mechuku Kikabema. Last week you was trying to call in Oya network. I saw your number. Last week you was trying to call. Today. Somebody was just like Nigeria is a distraction and a country that have no future. On the definition also that Nigeria is a distraction and a country that have no future for the coming generation. Go. Maza was a server definition of exactly what the country is all about, because you can't tell you that this country has a future up till now. 4 years ago, I tell this year, 8 years ago, I tell this year. So the upcoming people, no future for them. Somebody was saying that the country are on a politician have for office. Let me tell you this thing now. A politician, a person in here and a state as a governor say, this country, they don't have plan for the future. That what they are doing now, whatever they have, they won't do what they keep it. Somebody said that the country away with savings for the upcoming generation. Are you getting the point? See, so if they look that this definition of our use of and has reminded me something. A politician like the country we boss, with savings, the whole land and nature took care. Instead of time we say we get over. Are you getting me? Instead of other we went to we do stuff from data, they have no provision for data. Come like that, along that could you to care. Data the whole lot of the attack of what to come against a cashier, what I tell the whole lot, maybe, what George. So this is the country you are into it. Country so that is the country. While other countries are keeping for their upcoming generation. Other countries like America, UK, they are keeping for their upcoming people. But in the kind of that, America will reach out where you now they have no plan for the upcoming generation. Come on with it, that is what I say number one. Let me come back from where I was before. So this is a country I say London carbon repentance okay haram. The club on the one to do as if I'm we will share with. Now does that make a country to be one? Now, this is a country thereby any of your tribe will know like the head of administration. Any problem, any case, instead of having settle here amicably, instead of having labor, only can or the Madi Hagi, Mobishi tribe, okay, I don't know how to work. one the case with the pan. But I'm release issue from maybe the honor, one the GG Agata for similar but all you should be called a Nipana, they are saying because nobody is there to speak for you. Because when they come out in that is a country they ask you to be one. That is a country somebody is fighting to protect. That is a country somebody is fighting to keep one. Take a look at what has been happening. Now somebody said that you should vote for them to stop insecurity. Now they are the people who cause the insecurity, which means this is the time people should open their brain. The problem I never talk for the wound. This is where you have to apply your wisdom. The time our people too they forget things, man. This is a country every 4 years. The same thing that is named the campaign. So those idea the about lad he create also. Then maybe the lad area so are they infrastructure, which is on a particular people have the money campaign every 4 years. So that has been the strategy you keep on. I told somebody say no government in Nigeria they don't child because only not to hear they know they are child because that has a village and then again campaign at the boom because you have no job. Can you go to America this village and also? Again America this village in the world. As a guy, if I campaign, this village here also. They give education in America or in Europe. This village here also. Are they? It is only Nigeria. They will ask you. They just come here. With their way also just insecurity. They will make campaign. No name the guy with the one. Can I do my say only with that even that guy with the number only with that procedure for any campaign for how long? Lord, I guess you in the time was going on. Whenever you put your for a female, that how I get it for you. Now a governor said that he left office with the huge amount of money he saved. Now you got on there. Only came for purposely keep more of that one. That that is Nigeria for you. So only Blanda said that lag him to Nigeria. Only all the area. A governor left office with trillions of naira and dollars. Therefore, claiming that he still sent only a boss. Now when you take that up there. You can't from now. They are also for the top like any day. Is that a country you want to belong? No one belonging or the long ago. Country leeway savings. From what I can decade you how rather than making it a career. When we are in the carrier stages, what only you hope will bring you to. That is the father. That is the type of father you have as a father. The Kudi can know the one say father. They will keep they will any provision for one year for more. All the water area fear. There are so what am I trying to say in essence? Mazalo what is Nigeria? Not only as I learn somebody gave me the definition. Drop the money. So what am I trying to say in this area? They can't run with us me back with people are suffering every day by day. This is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw and he started shouting on this platform. Yana woman nine. But it was quite unfortunate that the Kanu was used. Other topic of the time I came out but from him as I was I'm still coming back. I'm not going back. Every Wednesday, waiting for me here. I'm gonna appear. I'm not looking at your face. I'm not sure that I'm committed. So we must do it. So what am I trying to say? That I have seen that our people cannot survive or they can't do anything without going there and become and do rankadede. So we that cannot go there and do it. Hello. Hello. Our mother from okay, I agree to Biafra. I agree about the Avenger. Coming from Africa is not Africa. I agree that the amount of people of conscience. I agree to Biafra that all the radio listeners who listen to this radio Biafra, take out on the amount of the people of conscience, the education. A lot of people that want to help you put some things in. Not the question of our mother asked, what type of country is Nigeria? And Nigeria is a country where one half is only the people one half are like slaves. The people one half has no faith. Even the one half is Europeans, and come and kill them since the 1967 to 1970. They have been killing. But they made it official and come and kill them. And what the government of that some of those countries, those highly oppressed countries say is that the government of 500 million Biafrans cannot make them change their mind and that can still stand in place. If they come to where somebody who has America, who said that it is not for justice and equity, said that this country is a country that Nigeria must remain as Nigeria is. That it is a goal that must be accomplished by him. And I don't know whether he is for him and all the Americans, or because I know he is a people of America, so he's talking on behalf of America. This is a country where one group are only on top all the time of their life. The Fulanis, they are on top. And the other ones became beggars. They became beggars, the leaders of beggars, they became prisoners. They always, the Muslim leaders are begging, their traditional rulers are beggars, their church leaders are beggars, all of them are begging. Even now we are now realizing that even the judiciary are beggars. They beg one back of people. They beg one back of people. So the other leader cannot stand and say, release my son. My son has been declared discharged and acquitted. But that same group cannot take over my stand. They're still begging. They are still begging. Our brother is like network on Subu. Then I want to round up after trespass. They can one because this time you can come in, our time is up. Biafrans all over the world, we want to thank you for today. I also want to apologize. These are those civic you Amera Makalwiki. No one know as long because pardon me, Papa. We will like the kind for the full father for can I just one much time. Ekila Mohanes and the grand intending Rulan in the people on one in Dime. As a moon over time, Mamma, there's one mother and one. I ended to time on to the Marasi, Todri Mother and Tirano Tubuzu Kodo, Lagwa Mega Comedana, Animoko Tani Jamana, Sipuya, or Tata, normally in Gaza, Miriam Lazo Agata. I don't know that they compare to Tinani Hururane. Another Sinani Kuno Takani, the Nika Motagua and Tendrem, Amifla, I'll hide you with Maso Machita, who are the Mandewan.
That's the end of the program, and back to where we were before the program commenced. I'm saying, what is Nigeria? Why are we answering the name Nigeria? What does it mean? That's a corporation. Look at Aliyu. Look at Aliyu. I played Aliyu for you to listen to. He made it clear. There's nothing like Nigeria. Aliyu told you there's nothing like Nigeria. But as far as much as there's oil that they are getting, that is Nigeria. You had it. And then we are foolishly saying Nigeria, and then we are paying the price. Jigawa wants the oil, Bruno wants everybody wants the oil. They have their own resources. You don't even know that they have any. You don't know that they have any. You can't even smell it. Not to talk of sharing it, but yours, they will share it. The call number is +1 4847670 +1 4847670 Our leader is there. And I gave you an instance of the justice system. The punishment does not equal the crime committed. Now, how will you rate that type of judgment? When you say it has to do with nepotism, you say no. We don't commit crime. We don't back it up. But the punishment should equal the crime committed. You sentence somebody to death by hanging because he robbed somebody. What kind of judgment is that? See, we are simply fooling ourselves. We are fooling ourselves. The judge should resign. Oh, let her resign. Because if you cannot dispense justice based on the crime committed, that's right. If we are not supporting robbery, we are not supporting crime, but the punishment should be commensurate with the crime committed. If you go and rob somebody, injure that person or kill that person, you take the death penalty. I will not question it. But other than that, why the death penalty? And you have people stealing goat right before your eyes. Let's be a little bit sensible when we do things and stop making mockery of the law. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Thank you for being your
Mazi, go ahead. We are listening to you.
Mazi, thank you. The topic you are talking about and what is going on in the zoo, if Nigeria is a country or not a country. There's one of our leader, our former legend. Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is never a nation. They were trying to build. They were trying before the civil war and all these things. Also, there is one program our leader did those there. I think that was 2015 before he was arrested. He titled it the zoo has no law. Nigeria is it's just jungle. There are people the law was meant for. There are people they will see, they will bring the law. There's people they don't even know what the law means. That is the country Britain created. They want us to be together in this 21st century. Mazi, we have been doing what we are doing, and this is why we are doing what we are doing, and this is why we must do what we are doing, because we have no choice. If you check what is the future of Nigeria, you don't see nothing. I could remember those days when we were young. There are so many that can join us, come with us. We are on our way, education for us in the year 2000. Mazi, as a young boy, I sing this music those days in Nigeria. See it. Nigeria is still running around. It's like what somebody said before. How can you come to in Europe here and I say you want to come and repair road? Unless you want to come and carry new projects. And it's not what you used to do campaign. But that is the music they sing for Nigeria. In Abana, tomorrow night they will tell people come and vote. And buy a dustbin. The last time I was there, I don't want to see the scene. So people that are bending us down, pushing us, forcing this poison to us, Nigeria. We said enough is enough. Our people, use your sense. But Mazi, nobody can distract us. We must go home. We must be free from these people. That is the project. That is why our leader is where he is. And the project must be accomplished. Mazi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Oh, more, Biafra, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You're Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Zimbabwe, Rhodesia. Know that there's nothing like Rhodesia. Their identity is Zimbabwe. They changed their name to. You see, Nigeria couldn't change it because they know they are lying. They don't know what name to give it. They don't know what name to give Nigeria. So they are stuck with it because they are lying to themselves. Call out your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good morning from here.
Yeah, I remember work from my location. Yeah, the topic. See what you said about the sentence they give to someone, an able person that still in Lagos or whatever. You see that sentence, you know, I don't know, sometimes you ask this people, this country called Nigeria, these people actually have law. They actually have law. Because I don't need the whole world, there's no place that is stealing this sentence in the whole world, nowhere, no country can do this. Stealing this sentence for what reason? Nowhere, no country can do this. It's not possible that you sentence somebody to steal to that. I don't know if this was operating with law. Because every offense is supposed to have this in law, in their constitution. Every offense is supposed to have the sentence for every offense. What the meaning of sentence someone that steals? You say sentence to where are they doing this one? Anyway, I don't know if whether the person have lawyer or what, because this can work. It's not possible. This cannot happen. If the person in question have a lawyer, that's supposed to know what to do, because this cannot happen. The bad people everywhere. You see this the stupid man he call Ali that he play the voice. You know, when you listen to that voice, you know, this man actually said he said when he said oil in Biafra belong to Itawa, right? And I didn't hear him talk about the good
It goes in their region there. If that gold, the gold belong to Delta or their gold belong to Enugu. I didn't hear him say so. That one in Biafra land, just where all their eyes. That one that is in Biafra land. But the one that is in their land, that one is no national. It's not for Nigeria. It's because of this country like together. And everybody, every resource in this country is owned by federal government. How about the one that is in your region? And he was talking about Jonathan. He said Jonathan did he was calling. You see what he thought? He said Jonathan was involved in Jonathan is sponsoring Boko Haram. But he said there that Boko Haram, he wants them to arrest Jonathan. Because why? Because Jonathan killed Boko Haram. Alleged, he said alleged Boko Haram. He wanted person saying again that Jonathan is sponsoring Boko Haram. But you are here saying Jonathan is killing Boko Haram. There's killing Boko Haram. And you are here saying that he's sponsoring Boko Haram. Contradicting statement. People have brain. You see the kind of people we are living with. And he said he's betting Obama to arrest. Actually, Obama actually did their bit because Obama personally called Jonathan to drop the president to Buhari, to hand over to Buhari, because it's Muslim issue. I don't know what they concur. I don't know the kind of conspiracy they did there that want Obama to ask Jonathan to drop that, to come down, to hand over this thing to Buhari. So Obama actually answered them. Very useless people. You see, as long as we are with these people, we are not going anywhere. These people don't have vision. These people have vision. These people are visionless, blind people. What you see, all what is in their mind is how to loot money. Not anything like development is not in their agenda at all. Nothing like development in the agenda. Now, it's backwardness. You see, ever since Nigeria began, we are going back to back every year. We're turning backward till today. We're still going backward. See, you see the rate of dollar, naira. Everything going back. See fuel. How much is the fuel? Oh my goodness. Alright. We must be separated from these people because we are not the same people. That's how we must do everything we must possible to separate ourselves from these people. They can their cow brain go. God bless you.
God bless you too, Ndewo. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Go ahead, your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, Mazi, a very good evening from Poland. Yeah, this is Mazi, okay, from the Necro, okay. That remains one and only Mazi Nnamdi Oku Chukwu Kanu, that of memories, Oshisha Hongu Prezo Anya. Doing that also will continue to appreciate him and all his lieutenants doing wonderfully well. Men and women of all already cancelled already. We appreciate all of you. Mazi, you see why in my move for I want the man all what be memory Henry all the people are there. Do what in life. Because the kind of hatred that built on us, Mazi, I don't think we will ever be free with these people. Mazi, let us go down to memory lane. Very recently in Enugu, this is where the Tinubu told them, vote for me for a soaked sliced bread. Tinubu test in Enugu. And this is why Tinubu wife did not allow people to vote in Lagos. You see why even trade fair that they lived for 100 years, every day they are pushing them there. Mazi, you see what is happening in Ladipo? Everywhere is happening every day. Are you telling me that if it's the same country, this woman, Mobo now the relation or the brother, he will sentence that guy to death by hanging for robbing 50,000, which is less than $70 as of today, or 70 euros? Mazi, I swear to Chukwu Okikabiama, our people get wake up, and if that country is the same country, by now everywhere will be on fire. Because ndị Igbo sị na eri chani onye ụsọ ya baga na nke onye etiti. Warrior sị na ihe a ọkụkọ gbagharị onye tiwe onye tue maka nwere ya ma ị ga-ata mberebe. You can see what they are doing, but they cannot see the politician. They cannot see their brother that is deployed in Biafra land. Every checking point, as long as you leave Lagos, they will escort you till you get to anywhere you're going in Biafra land. They are everywhere sitting, robbing us in any way, shape or form. And the tomorrow on a field on and Gabo. Mazi, apali mama abokuye yene yene abroyola. It can never happen. It can never. Let people wake up, and that judge, he must be petitioned. People should shout because it has started happening. This is too much. It's time in Lagos, they stone that small boy. Not less than 7 years or 10 years. They burned that small boy. That was about 2017 or thereabout. Small boy, and the Timothy so that boy won Igbo. But the policeman that shot the death, the judge, their sister who they buried yesterday, the lawyer dead, has set to death. Was he lynched? Mazi, after what I got happen, and our people, all their elite is our politicians, is our people that are subjected to our people like this. Still in the by their name, they don't want to hear. Look at what is happening. It's very, very disheartening. It's very, very annoying. My heart is bleeding for that young man. Let people wake up. Mazi, I leave it there. He's all why not, but why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Caller, your name and where you calling from? Mazi, your line just dropped, so call back as quickly as you can. The number is +1 484 767 0848. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
That I look at Facebook network. I know what I do to cook Kabia, machine, Biafrans all over the world, okay? They don't care for it, have said it all. They don't care for it to seek. They are not the same with Fulani, that is their common sense. You are different race. So that all this our leaders, when we call you people names, we say we are arrogant, but you people are there watching us being butchered like animals. I want us to join with the Fulani. Fulani that took the whole of our land. Fulani that went to Yoruba land that took Lorraine, that took and Fulani came to our land and be putting us land. All the whole road they are blocking. That change. So they are just making sure that they hold us on hostage. And Biafrans all over the world. So Biafrans is Biafrans. So you people don't know that all those checkpoints, you people are in hostage. So you people don't know. So you people don't know that all these checkpoints they are seen all over Biafra land. That is the symbol of you are in hostage, but you don't know. And they are collecting tax from you, killing you. Internet, then went inside the bush, kill you, come out. If not this IPOP, identity now, I do else. I swear I did a couple of people that I had the one telling me destruction. What I wanted to Wayaga. I tell you that. And they are looking for enemies to attack IPOP terrorists. I will say, whatever power they know it. Any day with the IPOP, you see our hands right up. Raise up like this, and you see anything hang. That is the height of the world. And that day is coming very fast. Therefore, anywhere you are on this earth, you got to prepare for what is coming. Take this message from Benedict again. Benedict again, spoke at Esther chapter 1, from verse 1 to another. Mordecai's strange dream, and Mordecai saved the king's life. That's very important. Therefore, all over the world. Mordecai's strange dream, And the Mordecai saved the king's life. Guys, study it carefully. And then Nnamdi Kanu strange brain. That's the net of the church quote, net of the Nnamdi Kanu went to America, demanded from a whole Igbo Congress that are complete competent to address Joe Biden today's night and set their people free. And I said that Nnamdi Kanu went to this the thing comes to America with. And the whole of you in the people, the church castle let away. God with the PS begin a sentence, let away. You see this land, that is the end of the world. Biafrans, you see that Esther chapter 1, when you come to verse 8, you will stop there and think. And the children of God become afraid. And they get prepared for that. And the end of suicide mission, I went to Joe Biden and the Peter Nako, Joe Biden Malani. Okay, they are there, okay, right? Well, we can say I am not got suicide.
Ndewo Mazi. Yeah, ndewo.
Okay, but the putting up Paula. Upon your particular Manuto, Manu, which are for the Queen, the Chukut Cabia. Like no, now for Namco, yeah. Oje, I'm not a little bit oh,
Ndewo. Caller, your name and where you calling from? Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Mazalezi, good evening from the Zoological Terrorist Republic of Animal Banana Kingdom. This is your boy and true son of Biafra, Mazi IYE. Asamebo IYE is calling from Iguacha. Mazi, before I make my comment, in the beginning of your program, that clips you played, sir. I really need it, Mazi, please, so that I would analyze it.
I'm going to send it to you.
All right, sir. All right, Mazi. So quickly, what I want to really comment about the this judgment that was carried on, that was done on our brother in the southern, in the western, in Lagos, right? You see, Mazi, I want us to know one thing. Like when you mentioned it, the first thing my wife said was that these guys, that is, these are our brothers, don't they know that we are in the midst of foes and enemies? Why are they still living their life as though we're living in a normal country? We are at war with people who don't love us. Although she has a point. Fine, the judgment is not good. We're not also trying to exonerate our brother who did what he did, but it was too harsh. Now it comes to give us this information that, see, we are in the midst of fools. We are talking about the haters around us. We're talking about Britain, who doesn't want to see the Biafrans. We're talking about the Fulani Caliphate. Now we all know very well that most who do the work, not to do the work, because do the work, there are some who are good with us, but most Yoruba-like people, like all these Tinubu and rest of them, they don't love us, and we should know that. It is high time. It's that time, like I've always advocated, here in Iguacha, wherever I go to, I tell them, see, if you want to get your freedom, if you want to get emancipation, you must get your frontal lobe enlightened first, and the only way and the only source is by information, and the only right information, the only direct information, cleansing information, enlightenment comes from our hallowed platform. 102.1 Radio Biafra. If you are in Iguacha or you are in anywhere, although here in Iguacha is not functioning that much, but we are glued to our app. Go and download IPOB Community Radio app, or go to Simple Radio, go to internet and browse Simple Radio. Our display is there. That is the only way we can have enlightenment. Most of our people, even though the battle line is drawn, even though we are dragging closer and closer to the restoration of Biafra and the war, this fight is getting more and more intense, economically, politically, physically, any way, spiritually and otherwise. The weather, we are getting closer to our victory, we know that. But while we are getting closer to the battle line, to our line of freedom and restoration of our fatherland, the fight is getting more and more intense. sense. And most Biafrans are sitting at ease. Thank God tomorrow we're going to be featuring on what they happen. We have a lot to talk about. Today, because of this, their ease that they are feeling, they are pledging for one Nigeria and calling for election. And now I tell people, if you are pledging for one Nigeria and calling for election, you are invariably in support of slavery and denial of human rights. If you are pledging for one Nigeria, and at this time you are still pledging for election, you are pledging for invariably in support of suppression. You are in support of oppression, subjugation. You are in support of marginalization and repression, and even in fact, let me call it, I want you to call it pulverization. Nigerians have become so pulverized to the point that even their own savior becomes their enemy. They want to even kill him, why did the way I've sent to deliver them? Today, Anambra State government, Mazi, sorry, let me not take much of our time. Let me take our time. I know by the grace of Terminal Aiba, in a way, we are coming tomorrow to really talk on all of this again. Thank you for hearing me out, sir. God bless us and all hail Biafra.
The call number is +14847670848. Because the moment if you call and you don't get in, just try, you will get in. It's just the way it is. You call, you don't get in, try again. Caller, your name and where you calling from.
Mazindeo, thank you for taking my call. Toto Amasa, Mazi Chukode here. Mazi, the amount you were looking for earlier for the sentence of our brother was 57,000 naira. 57,000 naira is where a Yoruba woman decided that our brother should be hanged for robbing, not killing of the person. Mazi, there's something that worries me is because our people has been displayed by the system of the government. Because when you look at our people in the West, you find out that most of them are not even happy. Even though they are listening to our preaching, they are listening to Radio Biafra, even though they want Biafra, but they are sometimes they are handicapped. But they need to wake up and help themselves because there's a little we can do. Otherwise, that judgment is totally unfair to any human being. Coming to the man that went to America to go and arrest Donald Trump, he has the names of the Fulani people. I have not seen him since the Fulani people have been killing everyone in Nigeria. Generally, it's no longer good luck killing Fulani people in the name of Boko Haram. But now the Boko Haram are the one killing Nigerians. I have not seen anybody going to ask American government to arrest Buhari. But Buhari have been visiting America, visiting London, visiting everywhere. They are giving him honor. They are telling him he's doing a very good job. But Boko Haram, that good luck was stopping from killing Nigerians. The fool that go to America say he wants to go to Joel or Jonathan to be arrested. He has the name of the people that are sponsoring Boko Haram. Why don't you name them? You only want the president to be arrested, but the other people. You see, these people, they know their game. Fulani knows their game very, very, very well. They chase after every Biafrans. They make sure that we don't have our futures by ourselves. They make sure we don't control ourselves. I don't even know how the man Goodluck managed to win even the first election after the death of Yaradua. It was by magic that Fulani could be able to wait for Goodluck to be there for 6 years. But because he doesn't want to lay his hand on the blood, he gave up so easily. What are we waiting for? My question is, what is Biafrans waiting for? What are we actually doing in Nigeria? We have this golden opportunity to do everything that we can do as human being, as a race, to get out of that land. Amazi, let me tell us in the radio good news. Biafrans are ready. Everyone is tired. We all want Biafra. It doesn't matter where the person is. We all want Biafra. Mazi, thank you so much once again for the good job you're doing. Ndewo, thank you, sir.
Ndewo, thank you. Thank you very much. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Well, that number is not going. We try another one. The call number is +1-484-767-0848. +1-484-767-0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. We got about 5 to 6 minutes left. When we are acting blindly, running around, you're looking for what Nigeria. Bear in mind, there's nothing like Nigeria. That name is a fictitious name, and that is why they can't change it. They don't know what they will call it. And once they give it that name, that's the end of it. Once they rename Nigeria, that's the end of it. Even when they're talking about restructuring and that, once you change that name Nigeria, that's the end of it. That's why they don't want to change it. Look at Zimbabwe. They change Rhodesia. No, where's Rhodesia? Huh? From Rhodes. Yeah, Rhodesia. Somebody comes to call you Nigeria, and you're answering and you're shedding your blood over it. Call her your name and where you're calling from. Call her your name and where you're calling from. Mazi, you're not talking.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We don't have time, Mazi. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Chikwimalo. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you, Mazalozie, for all your efforts towards this journey. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi Kanu, who set up this platform to expose all the evil that is going on in the whole world, mostly in Nigeria. The whole problem in this world is made by British. British is the problem of the whole world, especially Africa. British is doing everything to destroy the whole world, especially Africa, as I've said. British started from Iraq together with America. They destroyed Iraq. They killed Saddam Hussein. Deceiving the whole world that Saddam Hussein has chemical weapons. They killed Saddam Hussein. They go to Libya. They kill Gaddafi. They destroy Libya. Syria, the same thing. The same British, together with America. Today, the same British and America want to destroy Nigeria. They hide under Fulanis to destroy Nigeria. It is very clear that the whole world must understand that the British and America and their group are destroying the whole world. Instead of making peace, they choose to hide under Fulani in Nigeria to destroy Nigeria, to make all the indigenous people slaves. That is British for you. We will see where this thing will end. I'm happy that our leader set up this platform to let the whole world know what is going on. This time is not CNN. This time is not BBC, where they are deceiving the whole world. If the United Nations cannot stand and make peace to the world, will destroy them. Because man cannot be more than God. It is a pity that these people want to destroy the world, starting from Africa, starting from Nigeria. That is why they say that Nigeria is one, is indefeasible. This is exactly what they want. They want to make everybody slave in Nigeria. Chukwu Kabema will punish all the evil men in Nigeria who are collaborating with the British and America and their group to be a slave. The thing they're supposed to use to develop human being, criminals are stealing it all over the whole world. And people are poor. Thank you, Master Lozin. Until tomorrow. All hail Biafra.
We are coming to the end.
Last call, +1 484760. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Yes, sir, Dr. Mazi here. Good evening from the Holy Land of Biafra.
They were welcome.
They were Mazi, and I salute our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The Chukwu Abiyama continue to give him more long life and wisdom. In the name of Chukwu Abiyama, you say. Dr. Mazi Jonathan, you asked a very big question this evening or afternoon, because we have been listening from afternoon till this evening. That why is Nigeria being created? Mazi, I really thank you for that question, honestly. Because Nigeria is being created to put Biafran man down. Nigeria is being created to put the black man down. Mazi, remember, our leader had an interview with Maganga, and our leader said that Nigeria, the same, is a cancer to Africa. Once you cut Nigeria off, Africa will make way, Africa will progress. Mazi, that is the reason why Nigeria is being put together. That is the reason why they created that terrorist, that thief, Lugard created the zoo and Flora Shaw and Britain at large. And that is also the reason why America want to kill us, because of the oil and gas. They want to put Biafra man down, because Biafra is the light of Africa. They know that. Even other African people, they know that. But will they stop Biafra? No. They can never ever stop Biafra. They will never stop Biafra. Mazi, you know when Foreign was speaking, I don't know about Oduduwa people. Mazi, do you know that I live in Lagos? My name is Michael Israel. Mazi, do you know when I saw the hatred of Oduduwa people, of Yoruba people on Igbo, against Igbo, kill Igbo, anything Igbo, destroy Igbo, man. Mazi, honest, I'm saying this right for them. Mazi, honestly, when I was there, I say, you see Yoruba language, I will never ever learn Oduduwa language. How can I learn the language of somebody who don't want to see me with his own two naked eyes? I ask myself, why will I learn the language of that person? Somebody who will kill me because of maybe hunger. He stole how much? And the judge said that he should die by hanging. Why the evil politicians, they are still, Mazi, this is the reason why we are saying it, the zoo must go down. Because Nigeria is a graveyard. You see, Nigeria is just a cemetery. That is just it all. Mazi, I thank you. May Chukwu Abiyama continue to strengthen you for the good work you are doing. Thank you, watching it.
Ndewo, thank you very much. And this is where we'll be ending today's program, because we have
South Africa
coming on
next, and you receive any notice on that. But tomorrow we'll continue on this
Aliyu saga. It's something that we must look into, because in most cases we don't look into these kind of things. We rush over it, we let it go. But Like I promise you, when issues come up, we revisit the past, to bring you up to date. When you keep running around there, you are making election for the people that will kill you. The people that have no love for you, they don't care what your well-being. They don't care for it. So thanks to all of you, and please be careful. Take care of yourself. So thanks to all of you, and please be careful. Take care of yourself.
What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody can possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. This new case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi in 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it, so there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. There are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are under headings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How do you get about? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So, motive, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern Region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but we're killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi SWAN Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe,
not,
who knows?
It just
that's a sweet coincidence.
Yes. So just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay. So what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What in the crime scene or in a criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking out of my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives if you say he didn't? What are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay? And they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program, or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onwaha, SWAN, so it's exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General JTU Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is to subsequently purge the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on the 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was, with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition. This Mr. Onwa has exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domicile in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next one is to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Rensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them, and as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Sojuku was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Sojuku said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzog in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, as the prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe. They want to kill Dr. Abara. They want to kill Ojukwu. They want to kill Major Nzogu. The interesting thing is killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was the one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and also Major Nzogu. Major Nzogu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy Port Harcourt, Enugu, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, which they have succeeded partly, because in the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. Then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which they lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S.A.W.A.N. Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this problem. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there were several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, it's as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had bosses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria, they're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the bosses from these people, went into the villages and got people to come out from the villages, to come into town to kill the Igbos, or to kill the Yamris, or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerians, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in the killing. They use all sorts of weapons. Bows and arrows, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burn people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. So, and the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they had to knock on your door and they mentioned Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamili or who is from the eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, the tribal marking, I call it. And also in the northern, they had their own tribal marking. So you can see somebody, majority but did not have this tribal marking, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, oh, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards, so they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor. But they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you, that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they used, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags, and that we encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people, and they got clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have your knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of how they went about killing our people. And it's really is something worth bearing in mind. There are so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belonged to this Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. So they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress. Okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's Igbo person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed, and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part, and they left her naked inside a hotel. Okay, another one is Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, an international hotel. And the Libyan man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a Hausa man who was conducted sexual intercourse on the man, the young girl, on the Igbo girl, and Kanu, and at least this girl vomited until she died. It was gang rape. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God is a very difficult way of explaining it. Doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and what should be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're Aussies, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind the long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. I don't want to make it even worse, but I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, so let me know how I'm doing with time. We need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm now going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances in riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Ejikeme. Enoch Ejikeme is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabel Anebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right? He lived in Katsina, he said, for 15 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbances. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the event we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, but it's ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari, outside the palace, outside the wall city. So, those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace had to be vetted, their own house. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not touched. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Uji, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, a former northern minister, So then there's a normal, so Alhaji, let me repeat his name again. The Emir of Katsina was Alhaji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Alhaji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former Ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is educate me, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the northern group of provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our lives yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So give strict order. This will be rounded up. 2,000 or so people rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene, and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd, respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now, on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed, and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead, together with his team, comprising Alhaji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Alhaji Musa Tapita Yarudua, who was former federal minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magajin Gary, who is Lieutenant Colonel Kasina's twin brother, who is the Emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. Okay? Burnt to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell the story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina Provincial Secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfoolery. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabel Anabunwa, who's the 235th witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Miss Alamda. My name is Cecilia Mabel Anabuna. I joined my husband Katina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I am now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first-class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. On the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed civilians, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knives and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magajin Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. That no one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onibuna. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Mugagi Garrett, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 66 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to victims. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. McNamara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McNamara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McNamara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely, and one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gary with your own eyes in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority police officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so and that I was in order, it was an order from the emir, and emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbance spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like from Tua, Malumfashi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirate will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in rioting, looting and killing, sweeping not just your stores and every single thing, including the paint. They sweep it so you have nothing there, plus they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in the northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned name, his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The head of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital is like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riots and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godreau Pinswa. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other P&T installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Sadriona's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs, and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the northerners were showing no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sadriona's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pomp they had observed during the Sadriona's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sadriona secretary, would say, rank a dead, and genuflect, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh, and so on and so forth. So some Hausa friends told me that the coup was a godsend, but that it was only fault was that nobody was killed in the east. Okay, so this is the impression the houses had when the Sadriona secretary was killed. There was widespread celebration in the whole Nigeria until they turned it into an evil coup and started killing all the Igbos. So then came Decree 34. Decree 34 was trying to unify Nigeria into one country in the sense that the north and east and west have always been separate. They governed. They had their own government. They had their own embassies, even in London and Washington. Every region had their own embassies. So the army came in and wanted to unify everything. So, for the unification of the public services, after its publication, northern civil servants felt very insecure. They had issues with, there are more people in the south who are more trained, more educated than we are, and so on. So if you unified the civil servants, we're going to be edged out of our jobs. So they felt insecure and openly complained about it. So it was understood that permanent secretaries and other top government officials of northern origin, they masterminded this demonstration. Then on the 29th of May, which is a Sunday, it's called Black Sunday, we heard rumors of violence in the town. We were already in the church at the Faith Tabernacle Kaduna for evening service when we noticed that the whole environment of the church and the street outside was filled with houses. At the end of the service, we could not go out. So now, witness Julius Abisi. I was transferred from Lagos to Kaduna, and I arrived Kaduna February 1st, 58, when that day I had been living Kaduna until I returned by air on the 5th of October because of the unfortunate incident in the north. After January coup, and relations existed between Easterners and Northerners took a different shape till May, when everything deteriorated. So now he's saying, May 28, Northerners asked for permission from the police to demonstrate against the military regime. They wanted this demonstration to take effect on the 20th of May, but having been refused the permission, they staged the demonstration with violence on the 29th. They used this demonstration as an instrument to kill, loot, destroy the property of Easterners residing in the Kaduna. They continued this operation extermination for a full 3 days before the army intervened. Now then, on the 29th of May, the same thing happened. A group of House of top civil servants held a meeting at Ahmad Bello Stadium. This meeting started at 1 p.m. on Saturday and lasted till 4 p.m. It was from that meeting they spread to the town, attacking every Easterner they met. Looting, arson, and killing of the law-abiding Easterners featured predominantly. After the attack, they started going from house to house, hunting for Easterners to kill. As I understand, and speaking Hausa fluently, I had the opportunity to mix freely with every Northerner. What they were saying was nothing like peace will remain in the map of Nigeria. Now, from this time onwards, peace and tranquility eluded Kaduna. Easterners started running from one corner of the bush to the other, search for safety. The situation remained like this until the 29th of September. Now, on the 29th of September, I witnessed the heaviest killings. The corpses were being transported from town to the hospital. The extent of the killings was so great that the ambulance could not cope with the evacuation of corpses, so that they had to employ PWD and P&T tippers to help in clearing the corpses. The most sorrowful sight I have ever seen was that young men were sitting on top of the corpses, dancing and singing merrily as they drove round the town. Earlier, on the 24th of September, my chief warden, Mr. Robinson Okoye, was killed in his room. And this was done not by the army, nor by the police, but the House of Warden under him. These House members of our staff organized themselves to attack we fellow Eastern wardens. They said we must have all of you wiped out. They even said this in public. Personally, these were vandals chased me in broad daylight. I only managed to escape because I was riding while they were attacking. After riding up the mile and a half from them, I dodged and entered the bush. The molestation directed to us by House members of staff had the support of the senior men, because each time we went to them to lodge a complaint, they would merely say, "Go away." Our only savior was the instruction from Lagos that all of us should come en masse transfer to the east. We eventually arrived in Easter Air on the 5th of October without any of the belongings. So I'm going to pause there, because what I just tried to read are areas so far as Katsina and Kaduna where you expect to be some protection for reasonable human beings. The emir should keep order, but he was chasing around and making sure people were being killed. And in one of the instances, he was driving around in his car and hooting his car horn and saying, leave the properties, kill them. After killing them, then the properties will be yours. So people were looting and killing at the same time. So he advised them to just kill the people first, and then they collect their properties. So he's supposed to be in a prison of authority to advise him to bring peace and order, but he didn't. The police joined in. They were burnt in the police. There's so many things that happened to our people. And the plan was to empty the north from Easterners. And about, as I said before, 1.8 to 2 million people returned to the eastern region as a result of this security in the rest of Nigeria. And as a result of that insecurity, the Biafrans decided to form their own country as a way of guaranteeing their safety.
All over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
Greetings. It's from part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay.
It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a High Court judge, Justice Onyeuk's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran war. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, would have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam is around Ilorin, where the Italian firm called Impreglio, SPA, was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Biafra, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. On the 29th and 30th of September, there was mass killing, which has continued to the worst of them to be in Kanji Dam police station, in front of police station. And this is what happened. A police van was fitted with a loudspeaker. It went round the town, informing any Easterner who wishes to go back to the east to assemble at the police station in order that the necessary arrangement could be made for them to be evacuated. This piece of news, of course, spread, was received with joy for all those of us, according to him, this witness, who wanted to escape. They thought this gesture was, in fact, made in good faith. It was otherwise, as their subsequent experience was to show, was the opposite. So when the remaining Easterners they haven't killed had heard about there will be a possibility of them being evacuated, so they assembled at the police station with all their loads, and they sat down waiting for further instructions for their repatriation. Little did they know that they had come to face their death. So it was in fact an appointment with death, according to him, for the next moment. What happened then, a group of unruly Hausas, that's general term for those in the north, appeared once more with their death weapons, chanting war songs, grinning at us, and positioned themselves strategically around the building. After a time, the policemen arrived in great numbers, and they asked us whether we were now ready to go back to the region, to our region. Of course, we joyfully answered yes. Then one of the house's civilians stepped out, mockingly asked us if there was anything we could do if he began to shoot at us. Now, before he had time to answer this question, he had already let go of his gun in our midst. So therefore, a frantic scramble to escape ensued. The police participated in the killing of many of us. During this shooting, I lost a relative, Mr. Ralph Nwa BC, who was aged 26, a motor driver with Impreglio SPA Kanji. the looting of our property started simultaneously with the killing. From a corner where I was, I could see the police helping the civilians to make away with our property. All my properties were carried. So it's not enough to state all this. This person now had to be cross-examined in front of a judge. And the question is, this massacre at the police station, Ganji Dam, what date would that be? He said on the night of the 29th September. Remember, back in Lagos, they were having a meeting after the July killings to have a discussion on how to move Nigeria forward. There was a meeting going on, and then the killing broke out again in September. Okay, so this was the background. Now, around that time, the thing then in the court was, at what time? He said around 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. when the whole thing started and continued. The next question is, would it be correct to say that Easterners were tricked into assembling at the Ganji Dam police station to enable them to massacre you? The answer is yes. And then he was asked again, and the trick was practiced by, he said, well, it was performed by police. The question, you, law-abiding citizen, trusted the police as your protectors? The answer is yes. Would it be correct to say that were it not for practice on you by the police, perhaps these vandals might not have had the opportunity to slaughter you as they did? They say they might not have had the opportunity to slaughter Easterners en masse. That's true. Now, immediately before the attack on the 29th, how many Easterners will you estimate gathered at the police station? Or you said very many. Give me an idea. Said about 2,000. Now, during the lengthy cross-examination that followed, the witness gave further details of the police civilian formation and preparation for the attack. Let me cut this story long, which is a bit long, short. Basically, these people brought in new, fresh police officers from a different region in Nigeria to surround the police station and remove the ones they were familiar with, and they were used in addition with mob to kill the people. They went around asking, assemble at the police station if they want to get back to the eastern region. So that's one of the repulsive bits of the killing of the eastern. They were lured into the traps, okay? And so it's not the first time they've done that trick. In Kanu, which we're going to look at shortly, they use the same trick. Because they say, oh, the train will be leaving such and such a date, so you all gather, and the act made it easier for them to slaughter many more. Okay? So that's the trick was being used, and the tribunal uncovered this. So the next, I'm going to move now to Kanu at the time. Kanu, as you know, is it's a very, very busy ancient city in the north. It has a national airport. Okay? So this one was witness called Opawa, beg your pardon, P.I. Opawa. Is witness number 125. So what happened to him? He said, I was shot from the back. They raised the occiput, which is the back of your head, back of your skull. And he fell down and lost consciousness for a time. Had that bullet gone a little deeper, his brain would have been, of course, blown out, and he would have died on the spot. On the other hand, had the wound been a shade slight or less, then he would have lived, and he would not have lost consciousness, and of course the army would have come and shot him like other people. So this is the part of the story which he told us that happened to him in Kanu. He said, one soldier ordered us outside and asked me, this was in the actual airport when they appeared. The other story was that all the big wigs, they came with their white agbada, all the politicians, commanders, clip of the bit of the film they're allowed to show. There was an attack inside an airport terminal, an international airport. The police arrived, the army arrived, and they said, where are the young ladies? And they started shooting killing people. So this is a scene from that. Okay, the plane had just arrived from London, parked in Kanu. People are just coming out, disembarking at Kanu. If you're from the eastern region, they lined you up and shot you. They're from abroad. So this is a report of what happened in Kanu. And the people doing the killing are Nigeria's best. In other words, they went to Congo to represent Nigeria, the United Nations force. You have to keep peace in Kanu, in Congo. So they are the police. They are the actual elite of the Nigerian army, if you like, in Kanu. It was actually commanded by Chukwemeka Dumegwu. Yeah, it's a battalion. So where he was, of course, at this stage in the eastern region as a governor, eastern region. So what was left of the Nigerian army in Kanu joined the troops, joined the civilians in massacring ordinary civilians. They burst into the airport, and this is what happened. So one soldier ordered us out and asked me where I was from. When I told him I was from Midwesterner, he told me that I was lying because he knew where I came from. What I heard was a bad turn, quick march. I heard a shot behind me, and I fell down and passed out. How long I was there before I came round, I could not tell. But when I became conscious, a heap of dead bodies, men, were on top of me. Some still breathing, the others stone dead. It took me some time to extricate myself from the dead bodies heaped upon me. I crept over other dead bodies, and I tried to hide because soldiers were still shooting people down in the hiding places in the airport. Presently, I found myself in a big kitchen, and the whole length of the breadth of that was littered with dead bodies. 2 house stewards in the kitchen refused me entry until I paid them £5. And within seconds of my entry, about 5 armed northern soldiers entered the kitchen, shouting, "Are there any more Opera brothers left to be shot?" Opera, of course, was Dr. Michael Opera, who was the premier of the Eastern region. He wasn't killed in the first coup of January 66. He was the governor of the Eastern region, and at this stage, the Northerners hate him because he did not agree with the census when they did the census, I believe in 63 or so. And he said it was inflated and it cannot hold. So they hated him as a result of it. And everybody from the East, they were suspecting them because they wanted the Northerners to give the impression that they have more population than everybody else. But that's a different story. So they hate the Opera brothers. If you're an Opera brother, it means you're from the Eastern region. So they will go around literally hunting them down and shooting them. So he said, "Are there any Opera brothers left to be shot?" Okay? I was again saved because I lay among the dead and pretended to be dead also. So when I could no longer hold out, I got up and walked to the table where one of the stewards was sitting. I shouted, "Please take me to the soldiers." At this stage I was getting fed up. So he said, "I can no longer stand this strain." Now somebody emerged from under the big table on hearing me. It was Mr. Lekiti. Mr. Lekiti is a Ghanaian who apparently was hiding from the savage soldiers. He decided to give ourselves up to the soldiers. He was my uncle, and I was his nephew. That was the plan. This strategy worked wonderfully. And when the soldiers heard of us, they shouted in unison, "Why were you hiding?" He said, "We don't want to be killed. We don't want to kill Ghanaians. So why are you hiding? They are our friends. Yorubas, Effiks, all are our friends. We are after Opera's brothers." So they're specific. If you're wondering about the definition of genocide, you would normally target a specific ethnic group. So this is an example of it, soldiers themselves declaring that they're after Opera's brothers. Now, we are going to finish them off, he said. They took us upstairs where we saw more dead bodies, some of whom I recognized. Now, Mr. Lekiti and myself gave the soldiers £10 for drink. They drank until 6:30 a.m. the following morning. This happened at night. and which was the 2nd of October. The reason why they trapped so many people was the 1st of October, which is an Independence Day, which is a celebration, like a holiday. So people are returning and traveling. So the airport was full of those who are arriving, those who are departing. So they pounced on all the people of the Eastern origin or Opara brothers. Now these soldiers had some harsh things to say about Opara and Igbos. Opara was their arch enemy, who must be destroyed. Why did they kill our leaders while Opera, Zik, Osadebe were left out? If I wonder who Osadebe is, Osadebe was the one who was the governor of the Midwest, and his name suggests Igbo. Zik, of course, Azikiwe, who was the president, was like a queen equivalent of the first Republic of Nigeria at the time. He wasn't in charge, but he was the first, he was like the queen, like governor general equivalent. So you have Opara who is Igbo, Zik who is Igbo, and Osadebe who is Igbo. They were left out of the January 15 coup, and this was really irking them and really annoying them so much that they want to kill everybody who is from Igbo. Okay, so Mbadive, they said, was the only Igbo man who would be spared on this march to Eastern region. So we're already planning to march to Eastern region. Okay, so this killing was happening in September, end of September, first week of October 1966. They are planning to march to Eastern region because he was a good man. They're saying Mbadiwe is the one who had the opportunity to make Enugu an international airport. Instead, he messed up and moved it to the north, as usual. Now, all other Igbos must be destroyed. Of course, that's the impression they give. If you're good to them, then they try and spare you for the time being until they get to you in the end. Now, at 7 a.m. that same Sunday morning, they asked Mr. Lekiti and myself to get ready because we are going to show you how we have dealt with Opera brothers and sisters. So the soldiers took Mr. Okwawa, who was pretending to be the nephew of Mr. Lekiti, who is a Ghanaian. They took us to the railway station in an armed Land Rover, army Land Rover. And there we saw a sight which I would never live to see again to my dying day. Over 600 men, women and children have been mowed down. They have been killed while they were waiting for a train to take them to our region. A few of the children were still creeping over their dead mothers, shouting, "Mama, I am hungry. I want to drink." Some were sucking at their dead mother's breasts and left them to suck on. It should be borne in mind that 3 days earlier, this is the annoying bit, 3 days earlier, before this unprecedented massacre, it was announced over the Radio Kaduna, so-called Radio Fusion Kaduna network, that a passenger train would be leaving Kanu for Eastern region on the 2nd of October, and that all those wishing to travel should report to on 1st of October at the railway station. Of course, over 700 Igbos packed to the railway station. The announcement was made by, guess who? A Mr. T. George. Mr. T. George is a senior train officer who incidentally is a native of Idoma. He was educated at Methodist College in Uzakoli. So he was a member of the Nasarawa Club and attended all the meetings where they made the decision to kill all the Igbos in the north. Now, when all the Igbos had entered the railway station, he ordered that the gates should be locked, so they couldn't get out. They drove us to the local running shed. So I just showed the background. We tell you what happened at the Kanji Dam. The police went on the siren. Everybody who wants to go, come to the police station. Here, they made on the radio, Kaduna, very popular, by somebody who they are familiar, hearing their voice, someone from Idoma, who was at the Uzakoli, which is in the east, where he schooled. So his voice is familiar, in order to lure all those Easterners who want to travel back to the east. 700 of them descended. They went to pack their things and go on the bank holiday, which was on the 1st of October, and they were mown down. Okay? So, these people say, I want to stop there for now. because that's the experience that was going on in Kanu. So this guy, of course, eventually managed to escape and got home, and this bullet was fished out from his skull, and they lived to tell the tale. So that I'm just sharing this with you also, that you know the background to what happened to your people, to our people in the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm giving you the killing fields of K, Kaduna, K, Katsina, K, Kanji Dam, and K in Kanu. There are so many other towns with similar stories, just killing after killing after killing. So the only killing, the story goes that this killing stopped when? Anyone know? Oh, when there was no more Igbos or Nyamaris left in the north to kill. So as a result, there were an exodus, right? You weren't going to be told to hang around in the north. The only thing that's everyone from the east, the only thing in their mind is how do we get home? They abandoned everything. They started walking. Some jumped into a plane that was going somewhere. Some jumped into a train. And when they got to Otubo or near the border of Enugu, as they about to cross the River Benue, the train would stop. The mob would jump in, kill as many as they can, put the bodies back in, so that when they arrive at Enugu, they're injured, maimed, half dead, and so on, to frighten the Easterners. Okay? So that was the killing that was going on. I'll now quickly speed up and take you to the scenario then of what happened when the Igbos or the Nyamaris left the north. Yeah, it would be interesting to know where the houses, the Sabungaris, what actually took place. What happened then? Now you got rid of all the people of eastern region. So, as evidence, I present before you a report from New York Times. Somebody called Lloyd Garrison, who went back to the Sabungari in the Kanu. Yeah, he went there on the 7th of December to report what was the state of affairs after the Igbos have left Sabungari. Yeah, it's good to look at it now from the other side. He said after the massacre of over 2,000 Igbos in Kanu in September 29, 1966, and the massive exodus of Igbos that immediately followed, New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited a deserted and desolate Sabungari Kanu in where the eastern Igbo quarters, and filed this report. Okay, so you understand the background. The killing has now stopped because no more Nyamaris to kill. Okay, now somebody needs to go there and find out what has happened. Okay, so he says outside the old city walls in Sabungari, or strangers' quarters, that's what it actually means, Sabungari, where the quarters in the north, you're not allowed to live inside their walled city because you're a foreigner, you're a stranger. So you left outside. So outside the walled cities, the houses were now empty and the streets were deserted today, except for a stray dog resting in the shade of a tree. The only sound was the creaking of the house doors as they swung gently back and forth in the light breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew several doors shut, and the dog, as if startled by a rifle shot, crouched. The sound left the dog trembling with fear, even now, more than 2 months after the massacre of the